all by itself. So historically, the judiciary has been seen as the one independent, non-political branch. The two branches are political, overtly so, and we understand that. So traditionally, it's been of these three branches, the judiciary has been the one that is considered independent. What modern constitutions have done is to also create a number of bodies, most of them carved out of the executive, usually, and cloak them with some independence on the understanding that the functions that they perform require impartiality, neutrality, and partisan detachment of the kind that we usually associate with the judiciary. So modern constitutions have created these so-called fourth branch institutions, the election management bodies, the press commissions, in our case, the ombudsman, human rights commissions, anti-corruption bodies. Those functions were all previously functions performed by the executive or some department of government. But increasingly, modern constitutions take these bodies out and give them independence so that they can do those tasks without political interference. So the Auditor General, of course, has always been somewhat in a unique role because it's considered an officer of parliament, but it's also somewhat embedded in the executive and that kind of stuff. So we will use the opportunity we have today to look at some of the common issues that face these institutions, and it's usually around their independence. In the Ghana case, also their resources. The funding is a big issue. Only the judiciary in the constitution is allowed or granted financial autonomy. So these other institutions have had to struggle to find the resources with which to do their work and discharge their mandates. So in the Ghana context, not only are we talking about independence, but also about their funding. Then we also added to this cluster executive advisory councils, of which there are a few in the Constitution, but notably the Council of State. The Council of State has come up for, because it's been in the news lately because we, not too long ago, had elections, indirect elections to elect the regional members of the commission of the Council of State. So when we talk about the executive advisory bodies, we mean first and foremost the Council of State, but there are a few others. There's the National Security Council, which is in the Constitution. There is the Armed Forces Council, also a chapter in the Constitution devoted to that. There is the Police Council, and to the extent we are talking about the security services, IGP, and all of that, that's also there. And then there's the Prisons Council. So those are the bodies we consider under the Executive Advisory Council. So we will spend some time also looking at those. But the key issues, we can start off with a conversation around the independent constitutional bodies and officers. We extended invitations to persons who have some close affinity to these institutions, either by virtue of being part of those institutions currently or in the past, or who have done work with them, or in one way or the other are very familiar with their workings. The NCC and National Media Commission will show up in the afternoon. They indicated that this morning they are a bit engaged. So they will be attending the session, but later in the day. We have also reached out to the we've had conversations here already this week about the Auditor General. I mean, the conversations yesterday and the day before on public services also somewhat extended into discussions around the certain offices within the public services, like the Audit Service Board and the others. But we are also hoping that we could be joined by somebody from there. For our presentation, among the submissions and memos we have received, we got one from a Judge Sedinam Awo Kwadam, which we found intriguing and interesting because she has a perspective on independence of some of the constitutional offices, notably the Election Commission, but also the point that she makes about how she thinks their independence should be secured or enhanced or protected would apply equally, I guess, to the judiciary. So, we invited her to share her unique perspectives with us on this subject. So, Madam Sedinam, you are welcome, and to the committee meeting this morning. The room is a bit sparse in terms of population. It's usually a full house, but we'll be joined, I believe, in the course of the day by other people. My colleague to my right, Professor Kwame Kakari, is the other member in person here with me. We will be joined by the other members. They have pre-commitments. Some are online. I think Mrs. Charlotte Osei and Justice Sophia Adinyira are out of the jurisdiction or otherwise not able to join us in person, but the other members will be coming. Here I see that Alhaji Tanko is already joined us, and I think to the right is Dr. Esi Ansa, who are all members of the committee. So they are here with us, but thanks to technology in some other form. So I think you may proceed with your presentation, and then we will have a Q&A after that. Thank you.
Yeah, hello, good morning. Yes, as I've been introduced, I'm Anna Sedinam Awo Kwadam. I sit at the Circuit Courts in Accra, Circuit Court 7. So I'm a lower bench judge. And I tickle my intellectual fancy with writings. And recently I decided to try my hands at the independence, not just apparent, but actual independence of the electoral adjudicating bodies and referees, including the Electoral Commission officers and the judiciary. So out of that monologue with myself, I penned down a piece, and it's titled The Neutral Arbiter Paradox in Ghanaian Elections, a case for constitutional reforms to curtail the voting rights of election officials and Superior Court justices. At a glance, it seemed quite controversial. Why curtail the voting rights of anybody who is above 18 years in this country? So for civil and political rights, both under international treaties and domestic laws, including our constitution, it would sound, it seemingly sounds offensive, to put it lightly. And a lot of people found the topic a bit controversial, but I'll explain why that caught my attention. Becoming a judge brought me into an arena that makes me conscious about my neutrality in every situation that's put before me as a case. So whenever I'm faced with a situation where personal, even subconscious or unconscious biases come in, By dictates of our ethics, we ask to be permitted to recuse ourselves. Or some of the parties may even find out that you may have this bias or so they ask for you to recuse yourself. But personally, it feels better when you don't have any interest at all, vested interest in the matter you are making a decision on. So bringing it down to voting, voting literally means that there are a group of people and you choose one out of the many. That choice is deliberate. You've weighed all the odds, you've weighed every convenience, every inconvenience, you've weighed them and you've made a choice. Having made that choice is so personal to every individual. I guess that's why it's a human right to vote. It's so personal to you, you guard it jealously. Now, here we have justices of the superior courts who adjudicate on both parliamentary elections and presidential elections, meaning that when there's a dispute, the justices get to decide which of the candidates carries the day, whether at the Supreme Court level for presidential elections or at the High Court level for parliamentary elections, and then on appeal for the parliamentary elections to the Court of Appeal. They get to decide. I don't say we because I'm not a Superior Court justice. They get to decide that regardless of the votes, because of the evidence before them, this candidate carries the day, and they will either declare that candidate the winner of the elections or even cancel the elections, call for rerun, and all other, orders that they are entitled to make. This decision being made by a person who also woke up to queue or not and voted and actually chose one of the candidates in that constituency. That person who just voted has been asked to adjudicate which of the candidates should carry the day. If this does not bring into focus a real situation of conflict, I don't know what more would. I cast a vote for candidate A, and then candidate A and B come to the high courts. Let's say, for example, in Koforidua. I sit in Koforidua. My home is in Koforidua. I voted in Koforidua for one of the candidates. And then I'm sitting and this dispute arises. And the two candidates are disputing. Of course, the evidence is there. And I'm enjoined by all my rules of court, rules of procedure, rules of evidence, ethics, to adjudge neutrally, the neutral arbiter. I am the neutral arbiter. So, what happens to my vote that I cast that dawn, that morning? Will it count? Will I make it count? Or I'll be superhuman to take a very neutral posture. Now, one of two things may happen. Either I overcompensate in my attempt to be neutral and punish the person I voted for by being overly critical of their evidence, thereby probably not adjudging the evidence properly. Or I do the naturally human thing that, I woke up, I went and voted for this person. Why should I allow all our votes and all our efforts to go in vain? And then the evidence maybe points to that. But the apparent nature of it, that we see our justices choose one of the many candidates there. We see our electoral commissioners, deputy commissioners, returning officers, national returning officer, and then constituency returning officers. We see them choose one of the candidates, and then we call on them to do the superhuman thing, to be neutral arbiters. This is a paradox. We allow them to make a choice among the competing parties, and then we still call on them to adjudicate between the disputing parties who were the candidates. It's not realistic. I dare say that we are behaving like the proverbial ostrich. But they say it's human rights. One of the arguments is that why curtail the human rights, the civil rights, civil and political rights of people just because of the offices they hold? But a counter argument would be that we have seen that for certain rights, if there are competing rights and they are superior, those competing rights are superior, we are able to hold off one of those rights for a while, for a duration. I'll give you a classic example. Military personnel, police personnel, even judges. Do we not have a civil right to demonstrate? Why are we not allowed to demonstrate? Because there's a superior competing right. Public safety, public interest, public security. Those are higher or superior competing rights. If you fall sick, you have a communicable disease, we would have to curtail your movement. We would have to quarantine you. Don't you have a right to liberty, movement, liberty of movement, right to move around freely? You do. It happened in the COVID pandemic era. But there will be, or there may be, more preferably, there may be a superior competing right that will make us, unable to allow you to fully exercise your rights. Same argument may be made for my proposition that because of the volatile nature of elections, especially in our sub-region, Africa, we've seen how situations deteriorate so quickly under high political tension, right? So if the activities, the obvious activities or conduct of our neutral arbiters when it comes to election and election disputes is such that the average citizen would say, I impute this on you because I saw you going to cast your vote. You must have picked a side. Of course, nobody would know. It's a secret ballot, so nobody will know which side you picked. But you did. The fact is, you did pick a side. You picked one out of the many. So this dispute before you, or as a commissioner, we've seen how citizens complain and they speak a lot about seeing the commissioner go to vote. It means she picked a side or he picked a side. But what would happen if we decide that for the tenure of the commissioners, the returning officers, and the superior court justices who adjudicate in election disputes, for their tenure of office, they do not exercise their right to vote? Voluntarily, I'm sure we've seen that some of them have. I think the previous commissioner, chairperson of the commission, Madame Charlotte Osei, she didn't vote. And then Dr. Farijan. And voluntarily, a person may decide. For example, myself, I don't vote. Since I joined the bench, I don't vote. Not because I do any of those adjudication with respect to elections, but I'm probably training myself to get used to the idea that maybe my civic duty to this country would be to maintain my both practical or apparent neutrality, so that you don't see that I went and picked a side. You didn't see me pick a side. Even if mentally, secretly, in my head, I may have a choice, maybe sympathetic towards one or the other, I will not reinforce it by making you see me practically choose a side. That is the reinforcement I'm talking about. That, of course, everybody has a choice. Everybody has biases. People always have a choice. But seeing it manifest is a totally different ballgame. And my suggestion is that for the tenure of these officers, and it's restricted to Superior Court justices, it's just a humble suggestion, Superior Court justices, and then electoral commissioners, deputy commissioners, returning officers especially. We've seen a lot of disputes in the past election, how people don't trust this person because of so and so. One aspect, even if it's just one aspect of not seeing them exercise their voting rights, would that not inch us a little closer to increasing the trust in the integrity of the election adjudication process and then the refereeing process? Just one more step in that direction. And that is the crux of my suggestion contained in my paper. But of course, it's open to, it's just starting the conversation. I'm just thinking that let's start this conversation. Is there a way of increasing the level of integrity or even the perception of neutrality of our arbiters in the election process, whether they are with the Electoral Commission as commissioners or returning officers, or the only group of people who adjudicate election disputes and call the shots in the final declarations when these disputes arise, the Superior Court justices, High Court justices, Court of Appeal justices, and the Supreme Court justices. I believe what happened in 2020 and 2012 presidential election petitions, it's a matter of notoriety. Everybody can take judicial notice of it. The perception out there. So my suggestion is that let's not reinforce it by continuing down this path of allowing these, and it's a very small group, it's not a large group, these group of people who hold a very pivotal position in the entire scheme of affairs when it comes to the integrity of the electoral process. Why don't we just exempt them for the duration of their tenure? They can always pick up the right again if they retire, if they resign, or even before they join the Superior Court. Right. So, ladies and gentlemen, in summation, that has been my conversation, and I hope it goes on from here. Thank you for the opportunity to make this presentation.
Thank you very, 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 very much. Very important, interesting contribution. You know, one of the, when I've been asked, Kwesi, why do we need another Constitution Review Committee? Of course, I didn't set this up, but I'm forced to answer sometimes. And one of the reasons I give is, so why don't we just take the 2011 report and just implement it? I say, you know, a lot has changed, a lot has happened in Ghana since 2011. One of the things that have happened is that we have had 2 election petitions. When we wrote the report, we had never experienced an election petition, certainly not at the presidential level. So maybe that experience has taught us something, and people may have different insights as a result of that experience. So I'm happy to, you know, find a contribution that basically falls back on the experience that we have had. One of the important experiences we've had in our politics and in our governance since the big 2011 report was written, which is that we have seen presidential elections being taken to court and judges being invited to opine on the accuracy, fairness, or the other of the election results. So this is an intriguing idea for me. One of the things we're also tasked to do really is find innovative answers to the problems that we face. We've tried this constitution for 30-something years, and if we are reviewing it, it's because we believe that one or the other part of it, or some part of the Constitution, may not be working as intended, or even if they are working as intended, maybe that's not the outcome that we would have liked. So there is indeed room for innovation, and I like your boldness and courage in coming up with something totally out of the box, at least within our own experience. But like we said, yesterday we had a conversation here on the Public Services Commission and about the fact that even in the Constitution, certain public service agencies are not permitted. Members of certain public agencies are not permitted to enter Parliament. Therefore, they cannot contest in elections, for example. Election, of course, is a civil right of every adult. The right to participate in an election, to be elected to public office, is open to every adult Ghanaian of a certain age, depending on the office, but certain public officers are precluded from contesting to be elected to parliament. So in fact, there is support for, there is merit in the idea that you put forth that we have, in certain instances, curtailed the civil rights and the political rights of certain public officers for good reason, because we don't want to, because of the appearance problem. And so this is one more proposal that will deal with the appearance problem. And your point is that when judges who will be adjudicating on an election petition, or who will be sitting, even if it's not election petition, sitting in cases of a political or partisan nature that come before them, and of which increasingly there is more and more in our system, when such people will be thrown into, called upon to do this, it would be good if we did not encourage them to take sides in our politics by voting. And for the purposes of this conversation, it's the Electoral Commission that we are interested in. And you are saying that we should prohibit, by constitutional fiat, election management body officials, especially the chair, the two deputies, or whoever else is a member of the Election Commission, from voting on election day, as well as returning officers and presiding officers and the other. I think that it's interesting that, I've noted that the NCCE chapter is about the only one in the Constitution among the independent officers, among the independent bodies, is the only one, and I find that a bit intriguing why it's the only one, but it's the only one that has an express prohibition against the members belonging to or holding office in a political party. So when you look at the article on the National 80, 213, 230 something. Yes, NCC. So 2324, members of the commission shall be persons who do not hold office in any political party. So the NCC, we were minded somewhat to curtail some of the political rights of the members of the commission by saying you can't be an officer of the political party. Strangely, we don't find that even with the EC. Right? You would have thought that the EC would be the place where we would actually have something like this, right? Where you would have a strict prohibition against manifesting your politics by being an officer of a party. We don't have it there. Probably would be a good idea to have it across the board for all the, but I find your idea quite interesting. My one response would be, okay, so the appearance of conflict of interest or impartiality is bad enough. So it's bad enough that you don't want it to happen at all. Let's get rid of the appearance. And you say, Afrajan never voted. He made it public that he didn't, as Electoral Commission, he didn't want to vote. So he abstained from voting. His successor also abstained from voting, but only voluntarily. But people would say, well, why encourage the pretense, right? They have their preferences, maybe not, but you would say, well, but they have their preferences, it's in their head or in their heart. So if they feel one way or the other towards a party or a candidate, and all we're doing is preventing them from casting a vote, which vote is secret anyway, none of us would know how they voted. So why should it matter that they voted? After all, their biases don't go away merely because we prevented them from voting. They could actually still find ways of showing their biases when a matter of material interest actually comes before them. So aren't we encouraging hypocrisy? Aren't we encouraging pretense? When in fact, maybe transparency is better in this instance. What would be, how would you react to the pretense question? Because I think that appears to be one of the most obvious reactions one would have to an otherwise, innovative proposal like yours.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Professor Kwamdekari wants to follow up.
All right.
Madam Judge, thank you very much for, as our chairman said, a very intriguing and actually radical perspective on this matter. A few days ago, I read somewhere on social media that a referee who refereed a match involving Lionel Messi, after the match, asked for his autograph, a signature on something. And then the sports authorities, this is in the Americas, the sports authorities have suspended the referee for doing that. This was after the match, and the referee had not done anything during the match to warrant such a sanction. So indeed, in some jurisdictions, any kind of appearance of bias is taken very seriously. But as the chairman said, I have a couple of points to raise for your kind reaction. As the chairman said, even if these justices are bad, how about their ideological or political sentiments that is always lurking somewhere? How do we deal with that? Then the second point is, I thought it's always a panel of the court that sits on such matters. And that panel is not likely to be uniformly oriented politically, unless that is what happens, but I doubt that. So the assumption that they will not all be favorable to one side is and how do you respond to that? My last point is, would you stretch this argument to other areas, such as, for instance, the religious affiliation or the religious prejudices or biases of judges? For instance, I belong to one sect. I appear before a judge who belongs to another sect. And we know how strong religious feelings are among human beings. Would you stretch this argument to that level of issue? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Before you respond,
Yes.
I mean, let me, see, I have to acknowledge that this is a very important contribution you're making, because we have been, one of the pieces of evidence we have from the last Afrobarometer survey, and not just the last one, but increasingly the Afrobarometer surveys are showing that one of the institutions that enjoy the lowest level of trust in the public, among the Ghanaian public, the Electoral Commission and the judiciary. And indeed, in the last elections, some of us were very concerned that if the elections were close and one or the other party or candidate felt compelled to dispute the outcome. We were worried that depending on which party or candidate was declared winner, we could have gotten ourselves in a situation where one or the other party would avoid the courts because they would feel they didn't trust the courts. And even though that outcome was avoided, we saw with the way the counting and collation and all of that happened, that the EC, I mean, even though court petitions were avoided, at least at the presidential level, we saw the ways in which the EC was drawn into the fray. So I think any effort, any additional idea that one that is brought to help us contain this problem and help rebuild the trust in our public institutions is very welcome. So I just want you to understand this is not just an academic point. Because one of the guiding principles we set ourselves as a committee when we were inaugurated and we had our first meetings, we developed a set of guiding principles which would guide our decision making and our deliberation. And among the principles is that whatever proposal or recommendation we make must help to achieve a number of goals. One of them is helping to rebuild our institutions and helping to build trust in our institutions. So I just want you to understand that it is not, because he is a professor and I'm also an academic, you might think that we are just interested in this for academic reasons. But I think it's a very important point that you have put on our plate. So.
Yes, thank you very much. I like the feedback because some of these points that both professors have mentioned have crossed my mind too. And I'll take the first one, the pretense question. Now, would we not be pretending that these personnel I'm speaking about do not have these biases? That would be a false narrative that people don't have biases. Everybody does. If they bring coffee and tea here, those who want tea will take, even out there, those who prefer tea will take tea, those who prefer coffee will take coffee. But as soon as you see the person picking the coffee and not the tea, it reinforces, it concretizes, it cements already the perception you had that maybe they have biases, they prefer coffee or tea. But seeing it actually happen takes you a step further to confirming your perception about the person. So yes, they have their biases and sympathies for one of the many political groups in the country. Each of them has, indeed, it's inherent in every human being to have ideological sentiments, etc., that incline them towards one group as opposed to another group. But to actually see it being manifested as part of the exercise that happens just once every 4 years. The neutral arbiter has had a bias for more than 4 years, all their lives. They've had this bias. Sometimes it changes due to growth and evolution, but to see it happen just for one day, an important decision that affects the country, and sometimes certain overflows may even throw a country into chaos. Saying that these neutral arbiters or referees should hold back and not manifest these biases, ideological sentiments, these sympathies expressly, obviously, for everyone to see, whether secret or not. But the act of choosing, it does not completely wipe away the fact that they may have the sympathies, but it soothes the mind. And I do not think that soothing the mind of the electorate or citizenry or relevant stakeholders, soothing their mind that even though this person may have inherent sympathies for one group or the other, in this particular event, they did not pick a side. For all you know, in as much as they may have a sympathy, what if it had changed? What if they've changed? We've even seen parliamentarians cross carpets in the open. So even if these sympathies inside them exist, what if it's not that anymore at the time they are adjudicating or at the time they are refereeing? But to actually see them go and cast the vote reinforces the fear of the people that for this particular election, the neutral arbiter, the neutral referee picked a side. That is the crux. It's so focused. My concern is so focused as to the particular event of that election, not the ideological sentiments, because I know those change. But the event of picking a side, you have a game, like the referee situation you described. This game is going on. You may be a Messi fan all your life, but for this particular game, immediately after, you were still so much of a fan that you wanted him to endorse something for you. It means that for the event of that match, where was your mind? And that is the focal point of my argument, that it is only for that event, for that day, that particular election for that day, that because it's so important, the repercussions, the ramifications are so dire that one slip, a person says, did you see the electoral commissioner? Did you see Justice this person? Went and cast his vote in Ho, and then he must have picked between Mr. X or Mr. Y, and now both Mr. X and Mr. Y are before him in the whole High Court, competing over the election results. So who do you think? If he chooses A as the winner of that case, oh, he must have voted for A because we actually saw him casting a vote that day. So it's not just about his peculiar ideologies or maybe things we know about him from personal relationships or etc. But it's actually something we saw him do, manifestly do, that affects our perception of his neutrality. And that is the focal point. So for me, it wouldn't be a matter of us pretending that they don't. It's actually us admitting that they do have, in fact, they are humans, so they must have these biases, etc. They must have these ideological sentiments, etc. But for this particular event only, may they not manifest it for us to see, so that for the event of the dispute, for the event of the declarations alone, if only for that purpose, their apparent neutrality cannot even be contested. And that's the focal point. And Prof asked if we could stretch it, I could stretch it to their religious affiliations. I think when it comes to voting, the religious bit are conversations that politicians have about it. But for the purposes of adjudicating and refereeing, it doesn't come to play. I did not contemplate that religion would have a play on the refereeing as a judge with election, as opposed to the political coloring with respect to the election dispute. So I did not stretch it to that effect. Maybe I'll think more about it and see.
Yeah, but I thought that the point he was making with the religion argument was, so if you have a case that the outcome of the case might turn on your religious biases one way or the other, and you have so you have a known religious affiliation. Okay. Would that be a good enough basis for you in this context, for example, to recuse yourself? Or I think he also had another point about the fact that
the panel.
It's a panel.
Yes,
it's a multi-member, multi-judge body, at least at the appellate level and on the Supreme Court. Yes, yes. On the Court of Appeal and the Supreme Court, these are not, the High Court is different. But on those courts, will these biases not cancel out?
Cancel out. Yes. With regards to the religious affiliations, adjudicating in a matter, it's just like for any other situation. If you've been a victim of domestic violence as a judge, and they bring a case like that, it's triggering. Or you may not be neutral, so you ask to recuse yourself. If you feel, or the parties feel, that you are so overtly religious, you are at every religious program with respect to that religious group, and then there are competing religious disputants, then obviously it's the situation calls for it. It's meritorious that because of the peculiar nature of this dispute, this religious dispute, and my overt expression of my religious affiliation, it would be better for me to recuse myself. And that already exists in our ethics. It cuts across for anything, any characteristics that may come up that calls for you to reassess your neutrality, whether by way of religion or some other experience, like I said, domestic violence. So for that, there are rules for it. If it compromises your neutrality, you should recuse yourself. But when it comes to the panel, now the High Court is a single judge that decides the election dispute, parliamentary. But when it goes on appeal, of course, Court of Appeal is a panel of 3, and the Supreme Court also is a panel. So would it not cancel out? Well, each of them may have expressed their political will by casting a vote. But you see, in this, I don't want to really mention this, but I have to. With this country, the appointment of the superior bench has become a topical issue. The appointing power. So a lot of the perceptions that come boil down to this person was appointed by that person. This person was appointed. Now that already exists. And then we come and add to it by seeing them go cast their vote. So there's already an underlying issue. It's like having an underlying health condition. And then you've topped it up now with something else that creates more perception about the lack of neutrality. So cancelling out may not necessarily happen. It may rather even be reinforced owing to the underlying conditions. And that's why I don't give much relevance to the fact that it's a panel, because practically speaking, in 2020, there was a lot of hullabaloo about, they even coined a term, unanimous FC, because of the trend. So it's a bit risky for us to say that regardless of these underlying issues, let's garnish it with more of the voting of the panel members. I'm just thinking at lifting the layers off one at a time, solving the problem one point at a time. Maybe one day we'll get to the bottom where it doesn't exist anymore.
So you don't. I mean, it's what you're saying is that this is not a silver bullet that will cure.
Not at all.
It's just one more thing we should add on to the menu of options we have for dealing with this neutrality problem, this impartiality problem. But aren't you assuming, because your examples, or your whole argument, I think, also is predicated on this binary choice. Right, that we have a two-party system or two candidates in an election. We usually have more than 10. And so casting your vote in and of itself does not indicate that you made one or the other choice of the two, right? So it's possible you chose somebody, or you even spoiled your ballot. I'm sure that some judges' ballots have been spoiled before. We don't know, right? Then secondly, does the solution not lie elsewhere to that problem? So you have, let's say we really want to cure this, is peer pressure. So you gave the example of Dr. Afrajan and Mrs. Salosose, who demonstrated openly that they would not cast a vote in a particular election. If we had, say, a code of conduct of electoral officers that said, well, election management body officials, whether at the commission level or returning or presiding officers, are encouraged to abstain from voting. And the leader demonstrates that, you see, I did not vote. And that kind of example then generates a kind of practice or peer pressure across the board. Wouldn't that be the way to go, as opposed to putting it in the Constitution that these people should not vote?
I'm in agreement with you about the voluntary abstention. And when you read my article, it was one of the suggested recommendations I made that we could start from there. And from voluntary abstention, the peer pressure would come up. It would cut across. It would influence. So voluntary abstention, I'm in agreement that we should. Of course, treating any condition or finding solution to problems, sometimes you have to start small, baby steps. So it's good that you and I are on the same page when it comes to the voluntary abstention and peer pressure bits. That's good. We could consider that and even codify it into the code of ethics books for all these institutions with these personnel. Why not? I am in total agreement. But when it comes to the binary choice, I'm always careful when I'm speaking not to say one of the other, but out of the many, they chose one. They didn't choose two. In election, you can't choose two. You will choose one. So whether it's 1 out of 10, 1 out of 2, or 1 out of 3, you did make a choice. It is not as a result of who in particular you made the choice for that the problem arises. The problem arises from you actually making a choice. So it doesn't really matter to the electorate or the observer. To the observer, it doesn't really matter who you went to choose. We didn't see. We can't see. It's a secret ballot. But the fact is, you chose. And then when they look at, example, the parliamentary elections, and they see that on the ballot it's just 2 people, it makes it worse. So for the increasing number of candidates, the perception reduces. The narrower the number of candidates, the stronger the perception that you chose one out of the other. So yes, the numbers will affect the degree of perception, and you're right about that. But my arguments and submissions have not been totally binary in nature. Thank you.
Limit your proposal to you extract, you use the judicial model, and then you limit it to the judiciary and electoral commission. Why only those 2? We are talking about independent constitutional bodies. There are multiple. Why have you limited or chosen to limit your proposal to just these 2?
It was primarily because the election refereeing and adjudicating of election disputes is handled by these 2 bodies, and their decisions or activities affect the entire outcome so radically that if we are not careful in protecting the integrity of their conduct or their activities, we may end up in a situation we wouldn't like as a country. That's why I didn't extend it to other civil constitutional bodies as well. Thank you.
I would like to appear before you as a judge if I were ever to commit a crime or have a case, because I think you come across as extremely fair-minded, extremely thoughtful. I like your idea. I like it. Any other questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Your Honor. Thank you for your detailed presentation. I had 2 questions in terms of the EC side and then the judiciary side. Sorry. So for the judiciary side, I'll first look at the High Court, and that is where the MPs will take their petition. So in terms of the High Court, we know it's just a single judge. And I'm a an advocate of people's liberty because I do a lot of criminal cases. So I was looking at why don't we probably incorporate the people's judging side in terms of the jury trial. So why don't we leave it for the people in that constituency by constituting a jury trial? Because we tend to forget that there are two types, as in we can have the judge trial and then we can have the jury. Ghana is composed of both the US system and the US legal system and the UK legal system. So perhaps we can consider that. That could be an area that we can look at. And when you look at the Court of Appeal and the Supreme Court, again, they can incorporate or bring in a selection of the people as well, so that it's not necessarily a blame game for unanimous FC or the judiciary is always being attacked. The people were also involved. The people that voted are also involved in the decision as to any petition that's been made. They voted after all, isn't it? So then we don't look at whether the judges have voted for NDC, MPP, Cheddar or anybody, CPP or any other person. Because when it comes to election, it's all about the people. So let's not forget the people as well in that regard. And that's why I feel the jury trial side might be an area that we want to consider as well. And then the people will not come around and say, well, we weren't involved in the decision, and then therefore the judges are solely to be blamed. And in terms of the EC team, so I struggle with, and again I concur with my seniors from the panel, in terms of the recusing the EC team, so either the EC chair or the deputies and also the staff that are involved in the election on that day. Again, it's because of not just the vote itself, but more of the mindset of the people. So in the end, they will go and vote, but it's more of the administrative function that they play. That is where the issue is, the critical problem is. Because they can vote, or they can choose not to vote, or we can recuse them from voting, but they will still be counting the votes in the end, and they can still tamper with it if they have to do that. And therefore, I was thinking of, well, technology has come to stay, whether we like it or not, even in the legal field. We can choose not to accept AI or technology, but it's come to stay. We have Gen Zs, Gen Alphas, that's all they know these days. So have we probably thought of a system whereby it would help in terms of getting an accurate calculation of the votes or computation of the vote, so that it's a way of curbing any administrative function or trying to put in some systems that would give some integrity or some assurance to the people once they do the voting. So, I mean, technology is not 100%. There's been instances in other countries that they've been still tempered with, even in terms of the counting of votes and all that. But at least we all can attest to the fact that Ghana is not at the eye of the, or is not in the scope whereby, on the radar, whereby the international or the hackers might even try to exactly. So can we perhaps consider systems that would help our EC team, those that count the votes, to sort of help them curb any mindset, because it's all about the mindset. It's our mindset. Once we can change the mindset, it helps us in terms of administrative functions and administrative duties. So we can recuse them, but they will still have to go back and do their job at the end of the day. So, and that's why I think, yes, it's a noble gesture in terms of trying to recuse them. But I think it doesn't really solve the underlying problem for us as a country in terms of the election issues that we face. And so we should perhaps, I just came up with these other alternatives for us to consider, or for Iana to consider in her research articles. But yeah, well done, thank you.
Any other one? Now that we have the EC, we're talking about the EC and its independence. Any other thoughts? There are a lot of actually interesting submissions that are coming through on tightening the EC's independence. So there's a lot of issues around it. That are in the written submissions, may not be the ones that have been canvassed here, but whilst we are on the EC, we might as well just talk about the EC more broadly and reflect on that. Any other thoughts? So you shared some thoughts on how else we could enhance the EC's independence with modern technology, or with the integrity of the voting, not just the EC's independence, but the integrity of the voting, which is a big problem. I mean, because basically, you know, the elections have become, for better or worse, about our only effective accountability check on our political class, pretty much. Maybe that's one of the things that we on this committee are concerned about. How do we increase the avenues of accountability so that elections are not the only, we don't have to wait every 4 years before we are able to hold government accountable. It appears that in between elections, the accountability systems have broken down in the country, and that is part of the task of this committee. So it is indeed important that we have elections that have integrity, because if the only accountability checks breaks down or is captured by the political class, one or the other party, then we will have basically destroyed the foundations of our democracy. If it gets to a point where, and as long as it remains the only accountability check, one or the other faction of the political class would want to capture it, because that's about the only way citizens have to hold power accountable. So we must be very concerned about the EC's integrity and trust and all of that. So any other thoughts apart from this wonderful, innovative contribution? Any other thoughts that come to mind on how we might deal with this electoral question and the election management body's trust?
Mr. Chair, so is it in relation to the appointments of the EC?
Anything.
Okay. So in terms of, I think my little contribution with the appointments bit, it's always been, they probably coming under, well, they are supposed to be under the public services. No? So...
the staff of the EC,
yeah,
but
so
not the commission.
Yeah, so
the
I
commission
think
is,
the commission, a recommendation might be for them to come under either the civil service or the public service.
How would that make them more independent? That would be.
So I would probably link this with the UK system again, because I'm more familiar with the UK system, whereby we have the open and fair competition. It's anonymous in terms of like everybody applies for it, and therefore it becomes like it's not by appointment. So it's our current system it should be appointed, like it's appointed, and therefore right from the word appointment, it becomes politicized. So the chair and the deputies can be as neutral as they can, but it's still the government of the day that appointed you. And so it becomes very difficult for people to take you out of that. And therefore, the tenure becomes an issue. Security, in terms of their tenure, becomes an issue, which is currently at the moment. And so, taking them, reviewing the Constitution in that regard, in terms of their appointments.
The mode of appointment.
Yes, in terms of the appointment side, and making it more of an open and fair competition, whereby competent people can actually apply for it.
Well, that is what the Kenyans have done. I mean,
Yeah.
so the Kenyans have done a number of interesting new things in their constitution when it comes to choosing the well, sorry, not on the EC side, but on the judiciary side. And in fact, there are proposals that we have received that vacancies on, for example, the election management body should be treated similarly, which is, if there's a vacancy, it must be openly advertised, people must apply, we must specify qualifications, people apply, and then some neutral body, some people say the Council of State, for example, they apply to a Council of State that, or Public Services Commission, or wherever body you create. They vet, they have interviews, they shortlist, and they recommend to the appointing authority who to appoint. That, unlike the current system, that in that new formulation, that appointing or appointer would have a duty to appoint, or maybe you give them two and then they pick one, because the recruiting body has satisfied itself that either one would be fine, but they went through a neutral process to be an open, transparent, competitive process. Now, when it comes to election management bodies, the options are very interesting, how they are composed. In some cases where people accept overtly, they accept that it's a partisan thing. So they put party representation on it. They say, look, you choose two, the other one chooses two, and then we know you were chosen by this party, that party, and then we find a different way to choose the others. It's almost like an arbitration, right? You know, one party chooses one side, the other party chooses the other, and then the two of them agree on a third one and they choose. Right? So in some countries where you cannot hide the party thing, they decide that, yeah, give seats to parties. In others where they want to reinforce the appearance of neutrality across the board, maybe this proposal of open competition and all of that is what's done. And I have seen the current proposal also requires, you know, apart from having been picked and nominated, the current, one of the reports, I think both actually, from 2011 and 2024, want the nomination, having gone through this process, then to go to Parliament, where it is voted upon, and the proposal is for a supermajority, so that it's not a simple majority. When one party controls, you still need somebody on the other side, some numbers from the opposition side for the nominations to go through. I've seen one proposal that sets the supermajority at 60%, not the usual 2/3. Right? So we normally, when we say supermajority, the default, people think 2/3. But this one says 60%. It still forces you to gather some votes for the candidate from the other side. So those are some of the proposals we've had about dealing with this perception of, I mean, nobody, as a matter of fact, nobody in terms of, nobody who has sent a submission on the Electoral Commission likes the current system to remain. Nobody wants it where a vacancy is just the president just handpicks, and then that's it. Nowhere have I seen a proposal that says we should keep that. That is a good way to do it. So people do not like the current way we choose the EC when there's a vacancy. And there are many different ways that people are suggesting we deal with it. And this civil service approach, which is open competition based on defined criteria and qualifications, and then we go through a process of selection, but they always add a political element, which is go to parliament for approval. So those are the kinds of ideas we are receiving. So people can reflect on that. If that seems to be a sensible way to go, yes, please. Identify yourself.
Good morning to you. My name is Oladele Kwekwari Bike, yes. Yesterday, I sent something. I sent a submission yesterday, and I had a call in the evening that I should come here for a meeting. They didn't tell me what the meeting was about, so I just said yes. But I work at Register General Department.
At least we are not asked to come to the BNI or someplace like that, so you are safe.
Yes, still on the EC, I was thinking there should be a limit on the term of office of the chairperson of the EC. And the reason is this. If a person is appointed at the age of 30 or 40, it means as of now, the person can only retire at 70. If the other parties see him or her as biased, it means they have to bear with the person for about 30 good years. And I was citing the example of Nigeria. I think when they appointed Jega, he was appointed for 2 terms. After 2 terms or 3 terms, he retired. So I was thinking we can include this so that you don't appoint the person at 30 or 50, then the person will be there for 30 years doing whatever the person may want to do. I think we can consider this, yes.
No, I think one of the reasons this has happened is that constitutions until maybe the modern times dealt with only 3 branches of government, right? So you had the executive, judiciary, and the legislature. And the legislature was considered the independent branch of the 3. The others were political. So the model of independence that had been developed, that constitution writers and others had been socialized around how do you make a body independent? And the default is the judiciary. So when we started expanding independent bodies beyond the judiciary, creating these 4th branch institutions, we simply just cut and paste. So we just linked, how do you make the EC independent? Look at the judiciary. How do you make SRAJ independent? Linked to the judiciary. How do you make Auditor General linked? So we're doing this thing routinely. So what the point you make is actually, there are very few countries that do that. That's where you elect and you appoint an EC, and until they turn 70 or whatever, they are still there. Everywhere there is renewal. You allow them a fixed tenure. That's how you guarantee their independence. You give them a fixed tenure, sometimes once, sometimes renewable 1 more time. But never this kind of situation where once you are appointed, whether you are 40 or whatever, you stay until you hit the age of retirement of a superior court judge or a Supreme Court judge. But that is the drafting error we have made. Every single one of the independent institutions we have linked to the judiciary, and there's no logic or sound reason to do that. We could use many different ways, and I think it's also become a problem. So yes, yours. In fact, the model you are suggesting is the more common one. where there is a fixed tenure and it's either renewable or it's not. What you don't want the tenure to be, though, is that you don't want it to be linked with the tenure of the appointing president. So you usually make it overlap. So if the tenure of the president is, say, 4, and the vacancy occurs wherever, the justice or the electoral commissioner will have a tenure of, say, 6 years. So that it is not coterminous with the tenure of the political class or an election term. But that is the more common model. I mean, I think our model is quite the outlier, actually, the way we have done this EC model. I don't know of another country in our region or peer country that does it that way. In fact, when friends hear that that's how we do it, they are surprised that there's so much peace in our elections. Most people will never accept this anywhere. Absolutely, this will not sell in Kenya. They will fight. There's no way they will accept this, right? That you have chosen an EC commissioner, locked it in for 20 years, and they will not play the game. They just will not play the game. So I think it's an important, when we talk about, we usually look at the mode of appointment. We don't look at the back end. How long does one stay in the position, and how do you move them out? So again, the same way, the way to move them out, we've linked it to the judiciary. You have to go to make a petition to the president. Then the president does whatever, prima facie, whatever. And we didn't even think about each one of them separately. We just say, oh, there are terms of condition shall be as the judges. So we never even focused on them separately as this is a unique institution. How do you guarantee this institution's unique independence? This judge. Link it to the judge. And so I think that is where we are, and it's a useful proposal to just delink them from the judiciary, take each one of them and say, for the function that you perform, how do we secure your independence? How do you secure your buy-in so that the entire political class feels that they are either, they believe that you are free, so it's a big issue. It's a big issue because whoever gets the vacancy can lock in their preference for the next, generation, and it is not a good way to do this kind of work. Apart from the term of office or the tenure on the other side, so we've had some conversation around the mode of appointment. A lot of the conversation is about the mode of appointment, but I think the tenure issue, the renewal of the appointment on the tenure side is also important. Any other issues? I mean, on our electoral commission, there is an interesting provision. So there are some, that we have 3, the chair and the 2 deputies, but there are also some other members that are appointed by the president. And those ones became a bit controversial recently when they were last appointed. And there isn't a lot of clarity about those appointments. What did they do in relation to the other members? We know so on chapter 40, article 43, there shall be an electoral commission which shall consist of a chairman, 2 deputies, and 4 other members. Right? 4 other members. The members of the commission shall be appointed by the president under Article 70 of this Constitution. And then when you go there to Article 70, it tells you the president shall, acting in consultation with the Council of State, appoint these persons, right? And then Article 272, which relates to the electoral commission, the president shall, acting on the advice. Right? So note the difference that when it comes to the Electoral Commission and its members, Article 72, 70 clause 2 says, they shall be appointed acting on the advice of the Council of State. The first set of appointments before the Electoral Commission is acting in consultation with the Council of State, consultation with, on the advice of. In practice, in Ghana, there's no difference. The court says there's no difference, so we have come to accept it. So that is how it's done. What side knows these other members, the controversy around them is essentially, what's their role, what's their terms. Theirs do not appear to be linked with the judges. There isn't clarity at all in terms of their linkage with the judges. It's only the chair and the two deputies whose terms and conditions are linked to the judges. These other ones, it's a bit of a gray area. Are they treated just as public officers, the public service? Do they retire at 60? Are they full-time? Are they part-time? How are they paid? What do they do? Not clear. So there are some proposals. We do away with these people. We don't see them even on elections. It's the EC and the two deputies. Who are these people? What are they doing? What do they do? Must we have them at all? Who sacks them? When do they leave? It's not exactly clear why they are there. And yet, the last appointments created some controversy because there was some pushback about their political neutrality. Some of them were said to be known party members. Others, so it's one of the areas where there is some conversation in terms of the submissions around those 4 persons, those additional 4 that the president can appoint, and whose exact remit and terms are not very clear. And then there are these other ones. So the proposals coming in are mostly on the chair and the 2, how we appoint them and the other things. The other consideration on the Electoral Commission, if you look at it from the conversation, is how do they make decisions? You appoint a multi-body Electoral Commission, but then it looks like you just appointed one boss. So that is also, it's again, when you have a commission, how do they make decisions? How do these 4 members, do they have equal voting rights? The committee sits as a commission. What are their respective roles? These 3, that the chair have a casting vote if they disagree. I mean, all those things we don't know. So the first thing we did as a committee when we were inaugurated, when we had our first meetings, we agreed on the decision-making protocol on this committee. How are we going to make decisions when it comes to, we go into executive session and we now have to make proposals and we are debating and making decisions. And we are 8. So it's okay, so how do we make decisions? We have to agree on the protocol. So okay, we'll do it by consensus. If consensus fails, we vote. How do we vote? Simple majority, whatever. Does the chair have a casting vote? We have agreed all of those rules. We don't know how these things happen with the EC. So oftentimes everybody just accuses the chair, and the other members escape scrutiny. How we don't know how they make decisions. So there's also some conversation around, should the Constitution be a little bit more elaborate in telling us that the decision shall be made this way, or how they agree. So it's one of those things we don't usually. I mean, we know how the Supreme Court makes decisions. It's a multi-member body. We have a quorum. A minimum of 5 justices must be present before a case can commence, because the court can make decisions. And when they sit, they make decisions by simple majority. So, and if it goes on review, we know, the numbers. So there's clarity, that the fact that a chief justice sometimes can be in the minority, she's lost. If there is 5-4 and she's part of the 4, the fact that she's chief justice doesn't make any difference. She's lost the matter, right? So we know how multi-member bodies make decisions if it's a court. How does the EC make decisions? We don't know. So those are some of the considerations that, because I think whatever it is that we can do to enhance public trust in the independence and neutrality of the commission, we must do, because our elections are very toxic, acrimonious, divisive events, and they can throw the country into a tailspin. And so it's important that we check all these boxes and not just how they are appointed or how they retire. How do they make decisions? As a commission. We know, for example, that the Constitution says the EC chair is the returning officer for presidential elections. Does that mean that his or her word on the presidential elections is final? Does it mean that the other members have no say-so at all on anything? If they decide to do biometric vote, if they decide to do, how do they come to a decision on all of these things? We don't know. So it's one of the issues that we should avert our minds to when it comes to these bodies. If there is nothing else, we can take a break. Take a break for coffee, and then I think we've long exceeded our coffee break time. We take a 15-minute break. We come back. Because that is the big, more topical of, apart from the EC, that's the one about which people have a lot of feeling. There's a lot of feeling. Well, I don't know. I don't know. I'm a neutral arbiter. But there's a lot of feeling on the Council of State, and I think it's also because we just got them elected, and we got them appointed and all of that. So there's a lot of conversation around it. But I think we should use the time before lunch to talk about the the Council of State. Again, because the police, this same forum is where we talk about, there have been some changes recently in service commands and other things, conversation around how those decisions must be made. There was a lawsuit recently in the Supreme Court about the removal of the IGP. When we are talking about police and executive councils, the Police Advisory Council is there, the Ghana Armed Forces. So all of those things are fair. So I think we can come after the break and talk about those issues before lunch at 2. And then when the others come, the NCC and the NMC come, we can let them hear their presentations after 2 o'clock, and then we can conclude the day. Thank you. Ekwamwa was here. He is the deputy. He's still around, so I think he can speak for the NMC. He's been for the NCCE. He's been around for some time. So I think that we said we'll do that after lunch. There's also one other member of the former other member of the EC, not a chair or not a deputy chair, but one of the other members whose role we weren't sure of. She has also indicated that she would be coming later in this session before lunch. So we'll get a perspective from that as well. But let's look at the issue of the Council of State. The common, the folklore around the Council of State is that it is the one way of Africanizing or Ghanaianizing our constitutional system by introducing what is supposed to be a feature of our traditional governmental system, which is a council of advisors or council of elders. I think it's the elderly people who have chosen to call it the council of elders so that they keep all young people out. But I think in our traditional system, the chief or the king makes decisions in council. It's almost like the queen in council. So even though the decision may be announced in the name of the chief or the monarch, however we call him or her, that the decision itself is the product of consultation and deliberation within a council that is presided over by the chief or the monarch. That is the traditional system. And usually, it's not necessarily a council of elders as such. Usually, the membership of the council is constituted by the families and clans within the community, basically. And of course, that means that they would put each family or whatever clan member of that community would put up their bushia penny or their elder or representative, and that body would make those decisions. I'm not sure to what extent it reflects the practice across all cultures in Ghana, but that's the idea. Now, in terms of its presence in our history, political constitutional history, I believe that in the period before independence, I have to check, the Nkrumah opposition had this as one of their proposals. I don't know if it went to the Achimota conference, but I think the Council of State idea has a bit of a long history in our political and constitutional evolution. It never carried at the time. It never made it into the 1957 Constitution. But following the overthrow of Nkrumah and the 1969 Constitution, it made it into the 1969 Constitution as part of our constitutional architecture. And at the time, if you recall, the 1969 Constitution was a Westminster-style constitution with a parliament that was with the prime minister who was the leader of the majority party or majority coalition in parliament. So the prime minister was also a member of parliament, elected from a constituency, and then once he or she was leader of the party with the majority, then he or she became prime minister, and was only the head of state, not a head of only the head of government, not a head of state. Then we had a different person as head of state, who was elected through an electoral college system, and it was that person who was supposed to be advised by the Council of State. The Prime Minister was not advised by the Council of State. The Prime Minister was advised by his or her cabinet, It was a cabinet-style government. The head of government got his or her cabinet, and that's how they made decisions about the governance of the country, decisions on policy. But then we created a Council of State to advise this new head of government we had created, who was like a ceremonial executive, but it was not purely ceremonial. We created a number of fourth branch institutions in that constitution and gave that head of state president some roles to play and some appointments to make. So the most prominent of them would be the ombudsman, but the judiciary and other things were also there. So this president was supposed to make decisions on the advice of or in consultation with the Council of State, and to protect those third branch institutions. So it was part of the architecture of protecting the independence of certain institutions. We created this president as the one to shield them from presidential, parliamentary, shield them from political or prime ministerial control. So that's how it happened. That Council of State was constituted in a very interesting way. I think I left my 1969 constitution. But importantly, both the Prime Minister and the leader of the opposition were members of the Council of State when it was first established in 1969 under the 69 Constitution. So the 69 Constitution provided for a membership of the Council of State that included both the Prime Minister and the leader of the opposition, and they were supposed to advise their president. We retained the Council of State idea when we moved from a Westminster parliamentary system to a presidential system in the 79 Constitution. However, that being a different kind of constitution, the Council of State's role then began to change in that constitution. So let's look at the 79 Constitution and the chapter on the Council of State. So the Council of State was to aid and counsel the President and Parliament in the performance of their respective functions. And it included any person who has held the office of President or Head of State and did not leave office in disputable or other circumstances imputing moral turpitude, and who was willing and able to act as a member. So former heads of state were supposed to be members, not more than 5 persons, each of whom has held the office of Chief Justice, Speaker, Chief of Defense Staff, Inspector General. So there was a list of ex officio persons who, and you pick five of those out of that lot. Not more than 8 persons appointed by the President from recognized professional bodies with the prior approval of Parliament. Then the President of the National House of Chiefs, and then not more than 12 persons, each of whom is a citizen of proven eminence and merit, one of whom shall be the resident in each region of Ghana. So there was regional representation, regional diversity, not necessarily representation. The last one was 12 members, each of whom shall at least be resident in each region of Ghana, appointed by the President with the prior approval of Parliament. So that was the composition of the Council of State in 79 when it was retained. We no longer, because it's the presidential system, there is no leader of the opposition. So there is no leader of the opposition, but any former president, regardless of party, was supposed to be sitting on it. Then we come to 92, and the Council of State is retained, but the membership changes. I think only is the President of the National House of Chiefs. Instead of, in lieu of the 12 members who must at least reside in some region, we decided to actually make them representative of the region. So we now have an electoral college where these, depending on the number of regions we have at any time, now 16, we elect 2 representatives from each of the districts in a region, right? Sorry, 1 representative of each region elected by electoral college chosen by the district assemblies, who choose 2 people each, and they'll pick this person. Very interesting. No longer do we have a former president sitting on it, but we still left room for a former chief justice, somehow not a former speaker, but you also have to understand the history. This is coming after the 1982 coup, and what the coups do is they do away with the parliament, so there's no former speaker as such, and of course they overthrow whoever was president, so it's going to be very difficult for them to have the former president coming to sit there. They overthrew you, now they say come and sit in the place, right? So it is not surprising that the composition changes. We do away with former presidents, former speakers, but the judiciary is always retained, right? They never go away, so we made room for 1 person who has held the office of Chief Justice, and then 1 person who was Chief of Defense Staff, and 1 person who was previously IGP. So showing that is the kind of government that transitioning from PNDC to constitutional rule, these were the people that were part of the establishment. We see this kind of arrangement. So this is what we have, and there's been, of course, a huge debate around the Council of State from its very inception. The range of opinion is quite broad on this matter. There are some who insist that it is a good part of our traditional way of, like I said, Africanizing our democratic structures by bringing an institution that is a part of our traditional governance system. That may be an exaggeration, but that's one theory. And then those who see it as a council of elders kind of thing also, well, it's the place where we put eminent persons and others who can advise the president or parliament on some of their functions. But then there are, of course, a lot of other opinions on the other side, and we've seen, calls for this abolition. So they range from abolish, retain but modify. I haven't quite seen purely retain, right? Right? I've seen an opinion that says retain exactly the way it is, make it do, there's nothing wrong with it, don't fix it. But so it's abolish and mostly retain but modify. And those who take the retain by modify position, the modification goes from modify the composition and modify the role or function. Right? So those are the range of opinions we have. Abolish, retain but modify the composition, or modify the role and function. So those are the range of opinions. We can create a hypothetical secondary school debating club here, and let those who have the abolish, who are on the abolish side, articulate the case for abolition, and then those who are on the retain but modify side also make the case for the retain but modify position. So that, I think, sums up the range of opinion on the subject. Yeah, yeah, he spoke in the first session. Yeah, so the floor is open. We were going to have last week, we expected that we would have a presentation by somebody, a current member of the Council of State, but unfortunately, she's unable to participate in this conversation. But I believe that some submission will come from that side as well. So if any there's an abolitionist, Council of State abolitionist here, you can, yeah. So the abolitionists can take their.
You, Mr. Chairman. So it's a straightforward question. The Constitution places no restriction whatsoever on the President's ability to appoint as many advisors from as varied backgrounds as he or she may choose. And I mean, from what we have experienced under this Constitution, presidents have been appointing advisors for all manner of subject areas or expertise that they need. If the president does not have to take the advice of the Council of State, despite whatever consultations that the president may have with the council. And in fact, the Constitution even provides that if the council needs to commission experts to help the council with any subject matter, they actually need approval of the president to be able to do so. So, I mean, it's not independent of the president in several respects. I mean, what I just mentioned is Article 92, Clause 8, which says that the Council of State may, with the approval of the president, commission experts, etc., etc. So the question really is, if the president can appoint all these people to assist him or her in the performance of the functions of the president, why do we necessarily have to have a separate body clothed with constitutional mandate, and so we incur whatever expenses on that body, when the president could as well appoint the same set of people to advise him? So what really is the Council of State doing that all the advisors that the president has appointed could not possibly do? From this point, I think we really don't need the Council of State. Thank you.
But when you say, among the reasons you give for not needing the Council of State, I mean, you don't come across as a complete abolitionist, because you say, well, if the president is not, if the advice is not binding and they are not independent, so if we could fix those, right, assuming that the advice of the Council of State were binding in some respect, would you be willing to countenance having a Council of State if their advice in a particular area was binding or the president was supposed to carry it out? And if you were satisfied that the membership was chosen in a way that gave some independence of thought to the membership, then you would say that the president is getting the benefit of some independent thinking on this matter. Would you again be willing to countenance having the Council of State? Now, the reason is that the Council of State is given particular roles in the Constitution, right? So it is not just any generic advice that it must give. In the chapter on appointments in Article 70, the president is supposed to consult the Council of State in making certain appointments. SHRAJ, Auditor General, District Assembly Common Fund Administrator, Chairman of the Public Service Commission, Lands Commission, Governing Bodies of Public Corporations, National Council of Higher Education, and the holders of such other offices as may by law or whatever. And then 2, acting on the advice of the Council of State, appoint the chair, deputy, and other members of the Electoral Commission. Now, these are specific roles that are given. If the president was doing random selection of advisors, as and when he thought he needed advice, these are not matters about which presumably he might choose to seek advice or get consultation. So my question is, if the role of the Council of State in these particular capacities, if we could change the bindingness of their advice or the effectiveness of their consultation, would that change your view about their utility?
Yes, I think it would.
So you are retain but modify. You are not an abolitionist proper.
Except to say that realistically, an elected president, to saddle an elected president with...
Give it some volume.
With an unelected or even if elected body whose recommendations or advice is binding on the president, it's like tying the president's hand behind his back, especially on those specific issues. If we think those issues are such that the president cannot have his own view or his advisors cannot provide him adequate independent opinion on those issues, and so we need an independent body to do so, well, then that is fine, but I doubt if we would want to go that route. But anything short of that, if they are not going to be independent and their advice or recommendations are not going to be binding on the president, then I really don't see why we need the Council of State as such, because the president would consult or anybody, including the category of persons listed in the Constitution.
But the other point you are really, I think the point you are really making, whether or not it's coming out clearly, is that because we elect our president, and the president has democratic legitimacy, this is our elected president, why would you have an unelected body, right, a Council of State, after we have elected our president, to have a body of unelected people giving him advice that must be binding? It appears that if we needed those people's advice, we would have chosen them instead of the president. So even if the advice was binding, your worry, that particular worry is still there. Why would you elect a president? Because in our traditional system where it is thought that this idea came from, the monarch is not elected, right? So the role that the Council of Elders or Council plays in that context is more to bring, because of the representation, the family clan representation in that council, the idea is that you have an unelected monarch, legitimate by our custom, but unelected, and they get the benefit of the advice of a council that represents the family or clan within the community. So it's more like democratizing the monarch's advice a little bit by infusing more social legitimacy into the decision-making process, by bringing more people who are diverse in the community. This is the opposite. We've chosen somebody by democratic means, and we are bringing, an oligarchy or whoever. I mean, I don't know how you call them, but we are bringing people who we haven't chosen to govern us, to advise this person and to bind that person by the advice. So I think that's an interesting angle to it, which is different from the way in which we tend to conceptualize it as Council of Elders and all of that. But you still are willing, I think, to countenance that if we could change something in the present arrangement, you would be accepted. I mean, you would accept it somewhat. What would you change?
The thing is this, as citizens, we want to get value for money. So we say we have a Council of State. We know the state is incurring some resources having the council in place. But the president doesn't have to take their advice. The president still can go ahead and appoint as many advisors with the same set of experience and pay them from our resources. So why do we need another body when the president already, without any limit, can appoint people of similar caliber with similar, diversity of backgrounds to advise him and pay them, which...
And he can pick the phone and call the President of the National House of Chiefs any day.
Exactly. On any issue, they are still available to be able to advise. I mean, as we all know, especially when there are political tensions, we know our presidents do visit some of our chiefs to consult and all of that. So there is nothing prevents the president from utilizing the expertise.
So you don't see anything new that they are bringing, nothing special that they are bringing. There's nothing special.
There's nothing special that the president could not have access to.
Had access to.
So we shouldn't have a body that the state incurs resources on. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, yes.
I didn't get the last one. His voice straight down. You're saying that we shouldn't have a body that wants to see.
I said, so therefore, if the president has access and can appoint similar people with similar backgrounds, then we shouldn't have a body that mandated by the Constitution that we incur costs as a state on that body. Okay, so as I said earlier, as citizens, we need value for money. We need to know that if they are providing technical advice, that advice is going to be utilized for the benefit of the society, but the president does not have to take whatever advice they give him. So what are we getting for? We don't know what we are getting for their existence.
Mr. Chairman, may I seek some clarification? Apologies for bugging, because his voice trailed out, that's why I needed that. I just want to be clear whether his concerns, just to repeat myself, are about the substantive relevance of the group as such. What, let's say, they offer advice for free. Would that be okay with you? Or your concern is that we are incurring costs?
Okay, so I'm saying that it comes back to the relevance question. Could the president, or does the president not already have the freedom to appoint any advisors with the same experience, the same caliber, background, etc., as members of the Council of State? He does. Yeah. We don't restrict the president. Mm-hmm. So why do we need a constitutional body
to
play
maybe
the same role?
To help Nimoy's concern, so we need to be clear. You are not against advisors per se, right? The president having the benefit of advice from all manner of quarters. You don't think that the Council of State adds anything special, right? So if it was technocratic advice that they were supposed to give to the president, would your view be different? So if they were a group of experts who were supposed to give, say, in some countries, I mean, even there's a President's Council of Economic Advisors, right? It's a Council of Economic Advisors that advise a president. Of course, it's advice. So of course, they don't make policy, they advise him. But they find utility in having a Council of Economic Advisors, from diverse group of economists and others who advise a president. That's a technocratic specialist group of advisors. In the Constitution also, in our Constitution, you have a National Security Council, again, drawn from within the intelligence, political intelligence community. They have specialized advice. And then you go to the police. So there are different kinds of advisory board. And then you have NDPC, also advising the president, right? But that's like technocratic advice. So if I'm hearing you correctly, then your problem with the Council of State is that this all-purpose, general-purpose, roving advisory body with no particular expertise in anything concrete, and it is not clear to you what, in that circumstance, what they are bringing on board specially. Because the president can source that kind of generic advice by picking the phone and calling the people directly, by bringing them on as ministers, by making them consultants, so why do I need this group? They are not a technocratic group, they are not. But aren't there things about social legitimacy, right? So maybe, that's what I'm saying, if you are not a pure abolitionist, if we were to fix this in a way that gave some broad legitimacy in terms of, social legitimacy in terms of the membership. Let us say 79, not more than 8 persons appointed by the president from recognized professional bodies with the prior approval of Parliament. So there was an attempt in 79 to say, okay, maybe we need the advice of this category of professionals who may not participate in politics, so they don't get into politics, but if we can have those people on board, that's fine. Then we have a former head of state, could be of either party, but they are there. And if it was current government, you could have then either former President Kufuor or President Akufo-Addo, who are current presidents, on it, regardless of their party difference from the current one. So again, a certain consensus building, cross-party kind of thinking. And then if you look at the 69 model, leader of opposition, so there are ways in which you can add value. It may not be technocratic, but it does perform some social function of maybe inclusiveness, bringing us together, all kinds of stuff. One proposal, for example, is if we could take out those 16 members elected in these elections that have become, violent, strangely, and say the regional houses of chiefs would bring, each of them would bring a queen mother or chief or whatever onto this body so that it becomes inclusive of the whole country, not just the president of the National House of Chiefs, who is one person, but you could use this body to bring all the regions together, traditional rulers who are also part of the political structure of this country at a different level. If we could do these fixes, professionals, labor unions, civil society, all of that, and then chiefs and youth and all of, and then we did that. Would it look like a council you could live with?
But look at the.
I'll have.
Yeah. Mine is not a question, just just a comment. Because I've listened to a lot of the discussions, even the other day when we were talking about on decentralization, local governance, and also some of the submissions, that part of the challenge has been the fact that we are focusing on form, functions, etc., and not situating that within the context of what is the need. Because I think, purpose should drive strategy, should drive form, should drive. So why do we want, what is the gap anywhere that we think we need a body? And then that gap, that need, etc., would then drive our discussions around what form should it take, who should be there, and etc. As the chair has mentioned, we do have quite a number of even constitutionally mandated advisory bodies. Is it that we don't have enough? There's a gap somewhere that can only be filled by a body such as the Council of State. Is it that we have some challenges with the way Parliament is structured and the roles that it performs, that we need another body that, would fill that distance? Is there an issue of representation that we can't get through the electoral process that can then be filled through that? So if we don't, for me, begin to discuss what really do we want, all the discussions about, the numbers and who should be there, etc., may really not be tackling the main point. I'm not an abolitionist, but I'm to the very far end of the spectrum of modifiers that I think, based on what I think the Council of, or a Council of State should be doing, that what we have currently is not fit for purpose. That if it's in terms of representation, that's hitherto, or social groups that would otherwise not be adequately represented, young people, women, persons with disabilities, etc. And we want to use such a body to address that, then we should focus our minds on that, in terms of ensuring participation of excluded social groups. As it is currently constituted, we actually are reinforcing the elitism. Past Chief Justice, former Army Commander, former Speaker. These are people who already have access to the levers of power and the arenas in which discussions are made. And we are reinforcing that by putting those people there. So for me, it's a duplication. If we are looking for a space where we take out the partisanship associated with parliamentary discussions and want to bring in, just cool down the temperature by, then let's look at a way of selection, election that takes away. Currently, we are saying that we want a less partisan system, but the way the elections are going, it's becoming as partisan as parliamentary elections. So did we go or did we come?
Including the Council of State elections.
That's what I'm talking about, that the Council of State elections are beginning to mimic the tensions of the parliamentary elections. So we're actually almost duplicating the same thing. So if we want a space, yes, where excluded social groups are there, let's look at it. If we want a second chamber that casts a second look, that is less politically organized, let's look at that. But currently we are trying to do everything at once in the Council of State, and that, for me, is where some of the confusion comes from. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I've been reading through the submissions, and I find one very interesting one, which I align with, and this is from Professor Kweku Azar. And Chair, if I have your kind permission, it's not too long on the parts on the Council of State, which I want to share, and then we can think around it. Now, he begins by saying that, yes, the Council is an advisory one. However, in practice, it has become an expensive and redundant institution whose advisory role is not only duplicative, but also largely ceremonial. The Council of State has outlived its usefulness. Its advisory functions can be more efficiently performed by existing institutions, specialized committees, and presidential advisors. The resources allocated to maintaining this redundant body could be better spent on pressing national priorities, such as education, healthcare, and economic development. Eliminating the Council of State will be a step toward a leaner, more efficient, and fiscally responsible governance structure that prioritizes effectiveness over ceremonial tradition. The Council of State in its current form does not effectively serve as a check on executive power. Unlike parliamentary oversight, which is rooted in democratic representation, the Council is essentially an unelected body, just as Chairman was talking about, whose members are largely selected by the President. This raises concerns about its independence and effectiveness as an advisory unit. In contrast, institutions like Parliament and the Public Accounts Committee provide more transparent and accountable oversight of executive actions. Then he gives a rationale why we should abolish the Council of State, apart from all that he has already stated. He says that the primary function of the Council of State is advisory. However, the President already has access to multiple advisory mechanisms, including the following. One, he mentions cabinet ministers and presidential advisors, and therefore there is no need for another body. He says the President directly appoints sector-specific advisors and ministers who provide expert guidance on governance and policy. So there's no point because you have the whole cabinet and a legion of presidential advisors. Two, he says the President can have resort to ad hoc committees. He says the President can create specialized committees composed of subject matter experts whenever necessary to advise on critical issues. Then thirdly, he says there is already an existing institutional framework which the President can benefit from without having to make recourse to the Council of State. And he names such bodies which include constitutional and statutory bodies such as the National Security Council, the Public Services Commission, the Judicial Council, the National Development Planning Commission, all of which serve advisory and policy oversight functions. And therefore, he does not think that it is important to keep them. And he goes on to talk about cost, and he says there is an expensive institution with limited impact, a very expensive institution with limited impact, looking at the operational costs, looking at their salaries, their allowances, administrative expenses, the logistical support, and it places a significant financial burden on the state with little demonstrable value in terms of policy influence or governance outcomes. And then he says that in practice, the advice of the Council of State is often non-binding, which is the case, not even often, it's not binding, and largely symbolic, further questioning its necessity. Then he says that on the international scene, in terms of comparison, says that many democracies have moved away from maintaining costly advisory bodies that duplicate the work of existing institutions. In most advanced constitutional systems, executive advisory roles are either integrated into the cabinet structure or provided by specialized commissions and think tanks, eliminating the need for a separate state-funded council. So these are the many reasons for which he thinks that we should abolish the Council of State. So he is quite clear in his view in terms of the costs, which he doesn't think is justifiable, looking at their output, and then he also thinks that, well, that advice, whatever it is, can be sought from elsewhere. And so there's no need for us to keep this institution, which are views I personally associate with. The only thing I would add, perhaps, is the point which we get from the Supreme Court decision, which says in the GBA case that, well, advice means what it is. It's advice. It is not binding on the president. So whether this advice is given by a Council of State, which is not binding, or by a smaller committee of experts, which is equally not binding, then we say the value is the same. So why do we spend so much money in keeping them? It's better we just do away with the large body of ceremonial heads or past ceremonial heads, and then proceed to be more exact with what you are looking for. So if you are looking for security advice, you know where to go to. If it's financial, you know where to go to, instead of having one body which will seem to have answers for all our problems.
So even though Kweku Azar he probably comes across as an abolitionist, but I think he's also like Alaji. He's maybe a modifier on the extreme side, because the things he names, right, when you listen to the debate from those close to the abolitionist side, it's basically the balance sheet, they don't see much on the benefit side. No. It's always on the cost side. So if you could retool it so that it has a purpose, right? And the examples that most of them give, the kinds of advisory bodies they seem to embrace or justify are those that are more specialized. So that even though the president is not bound by the advice, they have expertise that he or she doesn't have.
They don't have. Yeah.
So they could be persuaded that, look, the president says, look, I've been president, you've never been president before. I've been president one term, I've been in parliament all these years. What do you know about politics? You know, so if that's the advice you are giving, and it's not specialized advice, it's not technocratic. No, the truth of the matter is, if it's general purpose advice, the president himself or herself can tell you, I've been in this politics since, for about 40 years. And who are you to come and tell me that this is how I should do this? So I think the challenge, as I listen more, the challenge is also this, and that goes to Alaji's point about the purpose. It doesn't appear to many people that this general purpose Council of State brings anything special to the table. And if it is just the advice of old-timers who have been in the establishment, then it's basically that kind of advice the president can easily access. Can pick a phone and call them, can invite them home, can invite them to the cabinet, actually. The president can freely invite people to the cabinet to make a presentation. So I think the challenge the Council of State is facing is that aspect of the balance sheet, where it is not like a specialized body that brings something special, technocratic expertise to the table. Can that be solved? Can that problem be solved? I mean, I think one of the things that have not helped the Council of State in this debate is that when elections get tense, we look beyond the Council of State and go and find a peace council, eminent persons, and we are like, this one too you can't do. When the elections are getting tense and we are worried about violence and all of that, shouldn't it be the Council of State's business to be the one to say, hey, cool it, cool it, cool it? But if it cannot play that role, and we must step outside of it to put together this civil society moderated council of eminent persons group and all of those things, then it reinforces this sense in people's mind that it is also not useful. And then Kweku mentions, lack of transparency. So again, the secrecy issue also comes up. The cost, the Article 71 issue comes up. Yeah. But there are some, I don't know, some research has been done. There's some evidence that the Council of State gets taken care of better than many of the independent constitutional bodies. If you look at their budget, you compare it to the NCCE, which has a huge job to socialize citizens in the Constitution and all of that, has offices all across the country. It gets a very, very thin budget compared to the kind of treatment we give the Council of State. So I think, and then the lack of independence.
I've just been thinking through what you are saying, and I'm thinking that is it not because of the moderating effect of the eminent persons in the Council of State that we treat, as compared to, let's say, a specialized technical group, whose views the president can simply dispense with? But before you throw away the view of a former Chief Justice, former CDS, you have to think twice. And because of the weight of experience behind them, you think that, okay, these people, they are there to serve a purpose. That's to moderate the president's actions. Although it is not overt, but in a sense, you think that they are weighty, or they carry more weight, as compared to just a young man serving on a technical committee somewhere, whose views you can easily dismiss. But where you are being advised by a former Chief Justice, a CDS, so it's the caliber of people advising you, whose views you can't just easily throw away, as compared to just a younger group of technocrats whose views you can simply throw away. So I think there is something to be said for it, but we haven't seen it being exhibited. That goes back to the fact that they don't publish anything that goes on, and we don't know the quality of advice they give the president. Otherwise, I would have said that it makes sense to benefit from such well of wisdom from people who have seen a lot already from their days in office, and it's simply by virtue of age, which comes with some experience as well. So I think there's some benefit in there, but I'm not sure we've been able to.
Yeah, but just to add, you mentioned I think Chair mentioned the issue of even when we have tensions around elections, etc., and I have been involved in processes to try and then mediate some of this behind the scenes distance. And since 2008, I think that's when we had that thing. The default mechanism or body has not been the Council of State. It's been to reach out and identify eminent, So 2008, I think 2012, even the latest 2016, who were those who were brought in? Cardinal Texan, Kofi Annan, the National Chief Imam, the Ashanti Henry, so the Ahmadiyya, the Catholic bishops, because we thought when they speak, they have that convening power to be able to bring these parties, and it has largely worked. So why couldn't a Council of State, for example, either step in proactively, or why wasn't the Council the first body to come to mind when we started talking about we need a group of people who would be able to bring these bodies to the table? So I'm just talking about the fact that.
So Elijah, so it means I get you to be saying that they are not eminent enough.
Maybe, I don't know.
To solve our problems.
Or they are seen as partisan or whatever. I don't know.
I think that there's too much emphasis on this eminent thing. It doesn't necessarily signify any relevance or impact. It could be eminent, yes, but the question we should ask ourselves is what is the relevance or the impact of whatever advice that they are giving? And we may even ask a very blunt question. would Ghana grind to a halt today if there was no Council of State? And the answer, of course, would be no. So in that respect, we can actually live without it, besides issues of cost and relevance and all that. But even with its presence now, there's evidence of it being an impediment to governance, as we've seen in the past couple of months where the president had challenges appointing people because there was no Council of State in place. So they had to be appointed pending the formation of the Council of State. And so now you see a lot of people with titles acting this, acting and so forth, all because the Council of State is not in place. Can we do without that? Of course. And without that, we can actually be more efficient. The president can then go ahead and appoint his people and get his government going, as opposed to having his hands tied up because a particular group of people whose relevance, of course, is debatable, is not in place yet. And then lastly, let's not also forget that the Council of State has a reputational baggage that I don't think it can ever deal away with. It's been known over the years more for its extravagance than its relevance, so to speak. The perks, I know former members who still call themselves honorable just by being members of state, and it's on their vehicles and so forth and so on. So based on what we know so far, we may decide to have, in the policy sciences, they have something called knowledge utilization, where you actually want to scientifically identify when policymakers make use of policy relevant knowledge. Is it when it's put in their tray? Is it when they see it? Is it when they read the executive summary? Is it when they actually apply the knowledge? All those things. I'm not sure we know exactly the extent to which the Council of State's advice has been taken on. But what we know from the popular media is that it's perfunctory for most part. It's ceremonial. It has no impact. So yes, perhaps we ask the question, can we live without it? For instance, can we live without the Ministry of Health? No. We probably all start falling off the face of the earth when something happens. But we can certainly do without the Council of State. And I think we should look into taking that bold.
So Doc, so do I take it that you are on the abolition side?
I'm sorry?
For the abolition of it?
To the degree that we can live without it, yes. I will be in that camp.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
And you don't think that any effort to rebuild it, I mean, so if we were to answer the relevance question, right, in this way, that, okay, so we are a diverse, multicultural, multi-ethnic society. Elections are first past the post, not proportional representation, so basically our elections have a tendency to deepen polarization and division because of the electoral system we have chosen and the design. And therefore, if we could create a body that had some moderating influence on the politics, for example, and its tendencies to divide and to polarize, and if we could actually design a Council of State of that nature that could do the kinds of interventions that we have spoken about when, during tense moments, and would that begin to answer some of that concern? And if it was not hugely expensive, it wasn't Article 71, it didn't have all of these things, but it could at least represent for us unity in diversity. This is the body where everybody is, whether you bring them from chiefs or you bring them forever, and you have a rotating presidency. This region takes 110, this other region takes 110, and you construct a body like that. And when elections are looking like they are going to go crazy, they are the ones who do it. When they become our eminent whatever, right? So if we could construct it, because it's a design question. We can design something like that, right? I mean, within the constitutional framework, one can design a body that plays that kind of a role. Because of the nature of our politics and the systems we've chosen, that doesn't seem to have anything in it that, moderates the polarizing tendencies, would that not satisfy the kind of purpose that Alaji is talking about, or the kind of relevance that you are talking about? You know, if we could actually put our minds to it and construct something like that.
If I should address that. Okay, sorry about that. Ideally, yes, it sounds appealing that we could have, in that case, it might have been more of a symbolic body to represent our diversity. But isn't our diversity already represented in other institutions? For example, Parliament is a reflection of our diversity in even more profound ways than a redesigned Council of State could be. And the issue of impact, again, in the policy sciences, or at least in development economics, we always try to make a distinction between effort and results. Unfortunately for us, 90% of our policy discourses, it's always about efforts. Especially in the past 3 months, you go on social media and newly appointed government officials. Yesterday, I had a pleasure of meeting this group. Yesterday, I have a pleasure. This kind of theater, it's all effort. What we need is results or impact. If we can somehow come up with a mechanism that would demonstrate their potential impact to achieve this objective of representing national unity, then maybe we can consider that. But in its current state, and I've been acutely aware of that in the past few months, when I realized that the president was severely constrained by his ability to appoint people to, because don't forget that during the campaign, he kept saying that I will do this and this, I'll hit the ground running, only for us to realize that no, he couldn't do that in many respects. And so certain appointments had to be qualified. I think 1 or 2 people actually challenged some appointments, that you cannot do that. And the issue of advice actually came in because there was confusion. Some say he needed the consent of the Council of State. I don't think that's the word. It's advice. Then the question then is, what kind of advice and what does it even mean? Because advice is advice. I advise you not to go out because it's raining. You can choose to go out and get wet, or you can choose to stay inside. Is that it? And then I think that the third word is consultation, yes, because that also comes in. What is the nature of consultation? Consultation could be anything from, well, I appointed the people, so I'm informing you. It's a form of consultation. Or you can actually engage with them. Here are the CVs. I think that's the practice now. Here are the CVs we're giving you. Please go through that. That itself, it's a cumbersome bureaucratic process. And I'm not even sure they have the capacity to do some of these things. So if we are to retain it in the modified form, then it needs to be very focused, and we need to be very clear as to what we expect from them. As it is now, I'm not even sure they themselves know what is expected. As I said, they've become more known for their extravagance. They give themselves loans to buy vehicles. We all saw that, right? And it became an institution of more scandals than having any moderating effect and so, for instance, at NDPC, people also come in thinking that they're going to get all the perks of Council of State. When I was Director General, there was a particular commissioner who was on me for like 4 years asking for a vehicle because his counterparts at the Council of State had been giving vehicles and petrol and so forth. Meanwhile, we were the mob rowers of the commission. We didn't really qualify. So if you are to go for that option, then we need to be clear in our minds what they would constitute and what impact, I would emphasize that word, what impact they would have. Bear in mind, you mentioned possibility of moderating political violence. We already have the Peace Council. I'm not sure they will ever come up for discussion at some point. But what impact have they had, for example, if we're going to redesign the Council of State? So the impact, we should keep those in mind as we redesign. Thanks.
No
one? I think I consider myself an abolitionist, but so far I've not really been convinced by the arguments made on the reason why the Council of State should be abolished. I think most of the arguments I've heard so far mix the issue of need and then the issue of structure. So most arguments start on the fact that there isn't a real need for the Council of State, but the arguments in support of that statement always end up being the structure or the way the Council of State is structured. For instance, on the issue of when there are election violence, we never resort to the Council of State. My concern with that argument is that when you look at the Constitution, the Council of State's duty is clearly spelled out. And it does not involve the resolving election violence. They have to advise the president on what the president can do to resolve that. So when we say the Council of State is not called upon as the first institution when there is election violence, and that is a reason for it to be abolished, I think we are not being fair to the Council of State. Another will be the issue of the advice of the Council of State not being binding. The whole idea or the whole emphasis we place on it's just been an advisory body, and so the institution should be abolished, doesn't also convince me that much because, one, if the Council of State's advice or its statements to the president are binding, since they are usually on issues of policy, who then assumes responsibility for those decisions? Would it be the president who must campaign to the people the next 4 years to be retained as a president? Can he say that, well, I am not responsible for that decision because it was the Council of State, when the people of Ghana cannot hold the Council of State accountable for that particular decision? So I think in some of these issues, it sits well with me that the final decision on whether or not to move with the Council of State's advice should still rest with the president. And that is why, in my view, after we looked at the Constitution, the language of the Constitution, I think yesterday or so, we saw that the framers of the Constitution were very strategic about some issues that should be clearly just an advice to the president for him to take decisions on it. So the president can assume responsibility for going with that advice. Then there is also the issue of duplicity of what the Council of State does. I am looking at that, and I must say that I support the Council of State being abolished, but I'm just thinking about the rationale behind that. When we look at the argument that what the Council of State is doing, there are several bodies doing it. That is true. But then, if you look at how the Constitution structures other independent bodies and even advisory bodies, you realize that the intention of the framers was that those specialized bodies will give the president technical advice on a particular issue. But sometimes the technical advice will not be what will address the issue properly because it will come down to implementation. That is when you have a Council of State that has persons who have been in those positions before and may have experienced that particular issue. So for instance, there is the former IGP. So the current IGP can give an advice on what is going on in a specific situation. The former IGP may have experienced it, and so he will also give an advice from a different angle. The president now will have to compare the two and come out with what he wants to do on that specific issue. So it's not really a duplicity of roles so that the Council of State's position is totally unnecessary. It is that it gives the president the opportunity to look at someone who may have experienced that issue in the past and someone who is just in the position now and compare the two to come out with a decision that will be better in the particular situation that the president finds himself. And then the last argument, which I think the man here made, I didn't get his name, but I want to just think about it quickly, is the fact that we can live with it without a Council of State. I think we can live without a lot of bodies under the Constitution. So I think the issue should not be whether or not we can live without the Council of State. It should be whether or not, like he also went ahead to say, whether or not the Council of State is making any impact. And there too, I struggle because how do we assess the impact of the Council of State? Because we do not know whether or not the president went ahead with the advice of the Council of State on any issue at all. There is nothing to measure. So the president comes out and says that we have decided to do this. We may think it's the president's decision to do that. But we don't know that in the closet where he met the Council of State, is the Council of State's advice that he's going with. So whether or not we have to do out with the Council of State because it's not making impact, if we give an armchair account of we don't see what the Council of State is doing, we may, in my view, be unfair to the Council of State. So like what has been proposed, can there be a mechanism where we know the contribution of the Council of State over the years? We say that the advice need not be public, but can it be that after every year, the Council of State accounts on issues that it has addressed and it has provided some advice to the President so that we know what the Council of State is actually doing, instead of just a blanket statement that the Council of State is not doing anything and so we should do away with it. So these are some of the things I've been thinking about. Thank you.
All right, just a quick one, partly following up on what you said. I find it quite interesting that the body is called the Council of States. But in terms of all our discussions around what it should or should not be doing, we are focusing on advice to the president. Then why didn't we call it the Council of Presidential Advisors? So I think that Council of State means that its focus, its scope should go beyond the president. Yes, but it's all about, does the president take the advice, etc. And so partly in relation to what you've said, it's a Council of States. Its focus, of course, the president wields so much power that 70% or whatever percentage of all public distance about what the president does or does not do. But I think that we should look beyond its presidential advisory functions to look at what other areas of our national life, of our governance, can they proactively maybe meet the armed forces high command if they felt that they were stepping out of line, or they have to do it through the president? Can they meet with the Public Services Commission, as we were discussing yesterday, and say, this is an area of national decision that we think we should be talking about, so that it's not about what the president should or should not do, who the president should or should not appoint, but more as a body that has a bird's eye view of the country.
Yeah, so I think I will say something quickly concerning that, and escape the one I was making my earlier point. Also, we always...
Let me add another question so that I can take that together with this one. So you're talking about the Council of State advising on policy. I'm not particularly sure that the Council of State advises on policy. That's the Cabinet's job. I mean, that's the body that the Constitution has put together to aid the President on making general policy. When it comes to specialized areas, you talked about experience, maybe IGP is there, Chief Justice. We can put them elsewhere. I mean, we can put the former IGP on the Police Service Council. We can put the former CDS on the Armed Forces Service Council. We can put the former Chief Justice on the Judicial Council. So if it's about, these, and in fact, these are the only three, really, the three ex-officios who have past experience on the council. And there are special bodies in the Constitution, specialized bodies, where if it is about their experience on those issues, we could very easily find a place for them on those bodies, right? Armed Forces Council, Police Council, Prisons Council, Judicial Council, right? So I'm not particularly sure that the argument in favor of keeping those three, Chief Justice, Chief of Defense Staff, Inspector General of Police, is again very persuasive. Then the point you're making about they are limited, we can't judge them based on what they haven't done because they are limited in the roles that they can play. In fact, they are not that limited, because the Council of State in 91.3 may, upon request or on its own initiative, right, consider and make recommendations on any matter being considered or dealt with by the President and Minister of State, Parliament, or any authority established by this Constitution. So, it's fairly broad, and they can act on their own, right? So if they think that, the nation's security is endangered because of some, election gone bad, or they think that there's a problem nothing stops them from stepping up and saying, hey, they can call the ministers responsible for interior, minister responsible for defense, and say, hey, look, the way we are looking at this is not going well. And this is our advice. So it's not, the appointments are the more specific functions given them in terms of consultation and advice, but in terms of the scope of their remit, it's fairly open-ended, and they can actually intervene to advise on all kinds of issues. So I think we can judge them, that the fact that they are there, and notwithstanding their presence, we sidestep them and go and create a National Peace Council or eminent bodies and all of those things, suggests that somehow we are not finding use for them where we think that they can be useful. They are not experts. They are not, economic advisors. They are not. I think they are there for their wisdom. You see, and therefore, if in the area of wisdom, we are sourcing wisdom from elsewhere, when we have created a body we pay for that is supposed to be the body we go to for wisdom, then that also becomes problematic, right? So it's the fact that they are there and we are calling other people to come and do this. And when we don't find them, we are like, oh, who is going to save this election from going bad? I mean, when they are there, So it's. I mean, you are a good pro bono non-abolitionist, but
yeah. So, Doc, Prof, I think the concern that was raised earlier, and even the concern that you raised, I think my view is that they have a broader scope, but the scope is still limited to advice. My point is that they can go ahead and give their advice without it being requested, but it still end up being an advice that they give. So I'm just thinking about it broadly. Is it in your view that if there is election violence, the Council of State, how it is structured under the Constitution, can, for instance, call the players in that particular constituency to their meeting and then have a discussion on what they should do and all of that? When I read the Constitution, I get the impression that the Council of State can maybe put together an advice, and whether in written form or orally, however it will be, they will present it to those people. But it does not have that committee or commission of inquiry mandate that we usually set up ad hoc bodies to do when there is election violence, where they would investigate that matter and then attempt to come up with a resolution that usually the players would want to go ahead with. And so I think in that sphere, I see the Council of States role still to be very, very limited. They can on their own come out with their advice, but they are not really empowered to have that broad mandate, that a commission of inquiry, like what we will commission the Peace Council to do.
I mean, why should they go to that extent? I mean, all we are asking for is a council, for example, we're talking about election violence, right? And it's difficult to separate, I think because we have some experience with the council, it's a bit difficult to just talk about it in the abstraction. We know what's on the ground. And especially the last elections have not been very good for the Council of State, right, in terms of reputational damage. So you are going to talk about election violence. Your own elections got violent. Where is the legitimacy with which you are going to talk about election violence? You see, so a lot of the stuff we're talking about, it looks like it's in the abstract, but there's something empirically there about what it is that has happened with the council. And I'm struggling to make a case for, for retaining and modifying it, right? I am not, I mean, maybe a certain conservative part of me that is not that much of an abolitionist, And if I could find a way to restructure, reform, modify, I would. But I think that the argument for abolition continues to be very, very strong.
Okay, then let me also share my view.
Yes.
I am not necessarily an abolitionist. We are looking at a constitution of Ghana, which in law is supposed to be sua generic. In other words, we want to craft something for ourselves and something which we have our traditions and culture at the back of it. So you will find that almost all political parties have constitutions, and in their constitutions, they talk about Council of Elders. And that is part of our traditional system. Now, we complain about the overwhelming powers of the president. And therefore, if you look at Article 89.1, what it says is that there shall be a council of state to counsel the president in the performance of his functions. In the performance of his functions. So what the framers, in my view, were looking at is that, look, we've given this gentleman so much powers. He can do just anything. Don't we have to find a check, a way of advising him as to how to perform his functions? We were in this country when the president appointed more than 100 ministers. Everybody was talking about it, and he wouldn't listen to anybody. This is the job of the Council of State. Yes, but and that's the next point I'm coming to talk about. Advising in camera. Would you know what they said? Which is why sometimes they tell you, you don't know what we do. But you remember, there was a time when the economy was very bad, things were very, and the Council of State moved to go to have a meeting with the president. Yet, nobody told us what they were discussing. So, there may be a few things in this, and then the Supreme Court worsened it by saying that the advice is not even binding. So, if we want to maintain them, then there are a few things maybe we may have to do. This whole idea of they talking about bills, looking at the way Article 90 has been crafted, I don't see the use of it. 91, a bill which has been published in the Gazette or passed by Parliament shall be considered by the Council of State if the President so request. If the President so request. So, what duty do they have until the President requests them to look at it? You understand? So, these are the areas that we should be looking at. Again, when you say they can do their own thing, 91.3, the Council of State, upon request or on its own initiative, make recommendations on any matter being considered or dealt with by the President, a Minister of State, Parliament, or any other authority established by this Constitution, except that the President, Minister of State, Parliament, or other authority shall not be required to act in accordance with any such recommendation. What is the use? We are advisors. We are sitting back. We have seen things going wrong. We call. We advise you. They say, oh, you are not bound.
Yeah,
and I remember.
Doesn't that go back to Kweku's point? Because if you have elected a parliament, popularly elected, a president, popularly elected, how do you justify having an unelected body restraining, right, checking these two democratically elected institutions, right? So it's a little difficult to do it any other way, right? Isn't it? That because you have elected these two institutions democratically with a mandate, then you are going to impose on these bodies a third body that has no such democratic legitimacy and say that, oh, on this and that matter, that body can stop you and that you have to take what they say. But what is the source of their legitimacy?
So how then do they advise him in the performance of his functions?
But that is exactly why people are saying that, we have created something that is not workable. So for example, if we say that, and I think this goes back to Alaji's point, if the purpose is that, okay, our politics is polarizing, our electoral system design doesn't yield coalitions, it yields, these divisive two parties. And if therefore bipartisanship is what we want, and we want a body that can basically moderate our politics so that it brings us into the middle as opposed to these extreme sides, then you create a Council of State that is party inclusive. So you create a Council of State that looks like 69, and you say opposition leader is there, and prime minister is there, or any and every former head of state is there. The likelihood is that you may end up with former heads of state from both parties. But if you are not going in that direction, and you are creating the structure that we have, then the utility question is, what exactly are we trying to get from them? And I think that the more and more I think, that's our fundamental question. What are we trying to get? We know what we are trying to get from NDPC, what we are trying to get from we know what we are trying to get from any specialized body we have created. We are trying to get technical expertise. We are trying to get knowledge of a different kind that a generalist like a president, who is not a specialist in anything, cannot have. This particular one, we haven't, I think, figured out well what we are trying to get from it. If it is wisdom, if you decide that it is wisdom that you want to get, then you configure it in a way that you are going to get the wisdom. But I think that is this idea of, it's part of our culture. Every place we tend to go for elders. But this is not a council of elders as such. Apart from the retired, and really, if you retire at 60, the only person there who retires at 70 is the Chief Justice. So that's probably going to be the most elderly person.
In fact, there is no age limit when it comes to the appointment elections.
So the rest of them you can appoint.
When they were about to hold their election, a radio station called me. And the first thing that struck me is that, the person should be of a certain age, at least 60 years and above. I want to look at the CI, there's nothing like that. That's why in Takra, there's somebody 31 or 34. So it's not actually restricted.
I think we
it's
haven't,
not restricted.
at this point, we haven't.
No, but the point is, you are looking at how to tweak it, maybe to make it more responsive. And I think the ideas have been expressed, but we had somehow weakened the whole idea. They have to give advice in camera, nobody knows what they are doing. Sorry. Nobody knows what they are doing. I remember when I was Attorney General, the deputy local government minister at the time, I think Nkrabia Ifadate, had gone to make a hudious statement that all the former MMTCs will not be paid by us, the MPP, because they are all tips. There was no basis. And nobody has taken such a decision, number one. Number two, a deputy minister is not a cabinet minister. He doesn't know what decisions are taken in cabinet. How could he have gone to do this? And so the people petitioned the Council of State and said, you are the Attorney General, cabinet advisors. So I was summoned. And I went there to explain to them that he has no locus whatsoever. He doesn't even know the policy of government. He's not a member of cabinet. So what was it that he was saying? So they have been receiving petitions. I have signed one on behalf of political appointees, ambassadors, who are not treated as Article 70 holders. And we don't understand how. Such a high office, others who are serving in boards and things, who are under Article 70 are appointed, they get it, and we have nothing. We filed our petition, nothing has nothing came out before we left, this government left office. So I know we received a lot of petitions from people. So what do we do about they are telling us what they have done in the course of the year, whether quarterly, half-yearly, whatever? Even if they don't tell us what how they arrive at the decision, they tell us about the things they have done. Is it not possible to still, and I'm surprised no one is here today.
If we didn't have a chieftaincy, right? If we didn't have chieftaincy in our system and as strong as it is, would we seriously think of a council of state? So I'm trying to make a connection between this and the fact that our traditional authorities, unlike in other countries, we have a system where our traditional authorities have outlasted the modern government in the colonial period. So in a way, that is what we are trying to model. So, but we have a National House of Chiefs, right? And we have regional houses of chiefs. Is it possible that, some of this stuff actually is probably better handled? I mean, because we are trying to model something in our tradition and bring it into the modern constitutional era. And we have done that with chieftaincy. We've kept chieftaincy. We've kept national houses of chiefs. We've given them a role in adjudication, even around customary law issues and all of that, in chieftaincy disputes. We've had regional houses of chiefs. And maybe we are now trying to elevate all of this to the state level, right?
That's the idea.
But isn't a properly retooled National House of Chiefs probably able to do that, because they represent the whole country also, right? All the chiefs from all 16 regions and all of that are there. Aren't they the embodiment of traditional wisdom when we, in our customary system? The chiefs, they are the ones who represent wisdom. Wisdom is what we are talking about. Isn't there where we are going to find it in our system?
Well, but they also go and ask the old lady. They also go and ask the old lady. Even in their setup, they will also have chiefs who go in to do consultations. So they also do it. So to me, that it is modeled on this Council of Elders kind of thing. And it serves a purpose if indeed the people really, because I think that looking at the political parties, those who go to the Council of Elders, in the MPP constitution, you should be 65 years and above. So there is a certain, cutoff point. And these are people who might have run elections, stood for, offices, done all sorts of things in the party. So that when a young man brings a problem, he could easily be counseled. That, my friend, don't go there, don't go there. This is what we used to do. It is even a new thing and the rest. So tweaking it, can we talk about the advice? How is the advice to be given? If after they have given advice, can they tell us that this is what we did? Or if you look at the appointments, for example, I see quite a lot of things in it. We are talking about regional balance. You keep giving us names of appointments to be made, and we don't see regional balance. Can't we advise you that why are you taking all your people from the north and Volta region? Now, that is what people are saying. Look at the entire list, either northern people or Volta. So is there nobody to advise that the way you are going is not what the Constitution is asking you to do? Or you decide to appoint somebody to a particular office, and then Council of States seem to have some information about the person, that this guy is not qualified. Don't put him there.
So is that a role you would give them expressly? So if you are thinking about saving the body, right, from this popular abolitionist kind of move, which I think is the sentiment, then what would you do differently? Would you make it more party inclusive, for example, in terms of how we compose the body? Would you allow...
That should not be a bad idea.
I mean, so just a number of different things to do to make them play this kind of role a little better. Because if people think that it is just another whoever wins power, and I don't know how that magic happens, but it appears that whoever wins power manages also are here to win the indirect elections.
Elections, yeah, it's true. It's true.
Either the other one is angry or demoralized from losing the election, so they all are still weeping or nursing their wounds, so they don't take interest, or something happens. So if that process also produces the same partisan look on the Council of State, then what are we really doing?
Even with the elections, the monocracy is getting into it now. Yeah. People, assemblymen are being camped.
Then
assemblymen are being camped and monies change hands. No, it's not. It's the same thing. But
so then I think the burden is on the retain but modify people to come up with the case for it, because I think increasingly the abolitionist side appears to be, where the momentum is, and it is the burden of those who think this should be retained, if in a modified form, to make a very persuasive case for it.
But have you met them?
Are you one? Are you going to help us?
So I am a supporter of abolitionists. However, I'd like to provide some comparative options where other countries have thought to, in a way, make this a useful body beyond just providing advice that is not binding or not as effective as we would like it to be. So, for example, the point that Alaji talked about, the Council of States, the name in itself, in most countries, it's not just a body that advises the president. It's a legislative body or a judicial body as well. So, for example, you have the Netherlands, you have Belgium, you have Qatar, France, and the United Kingdom. These countries, when you look at the word Council of States, the body acts as both a legal advisor to the executive branch and also the highest administrative courts of the land. So that means that the body has very specific responsibilities that it performs. Its funding is very clear. Its responsibilities, the regulations, what it's supposed to produce, it's also very, very clear. However, in Ghana, if you look at the report of the CRC1 in 2011, the main concern that people had when it came to whether or not the body should be retained is transparency. You are funding a body with so much money, but nobody knows exactly what goes into their work. Nobody understands whether or not their decisions or advice has been followed. And so recommendation then was that, how about the Council of States annually or biannually produces a report that is submitted to Parliament for review? Is that something that would then bring about some level of transparency in the responsibilities or in terms of the actions or the work of the committee? The last point that I would just add in terms of maybe to sway the argument for non-abolition is to look at whether or not we can make the Council of States, like an upper chamber like you talked about at the beginning. We keep saying our parliament has been completely polarized in terms of the fact that if you are NDC, you have to vote on NDC lines. If you are MPP, you have to vote on MPP lines. Do we want to look at or consider a body where we then bring about, quote unquote, the wise people, the wise men and women, to then act as a second option to Parliament in terms of approving the budgets, for example, as is in the case of Belgium and France? Are we looking at possibly also even matters of national security and defense, having a second body to provide such scrutiny that we think Parliament would not be able to provide? So even though I'm in favor of abolition, I think that it still has some merits, and we just have to look at how other countries are able to do that. I'll just end by saying that I haven't been able to find an African country that has been able to effectively have a good Council of State. And I think because of this issue of our cultural influence, that's why we are not able to kind of get comparative analysis within the region, the continent. And so the only ones I could find were outside Africa. So maybe it's really not just
even
working for us.
in Botswana, I mean, so maybe we should look. So South Africa has the traditional leaders in the constitution.
Yes.
Like ours, but they don't have a council.
They don't have, exactly.
Botswana would be another country, and sometimes they may not exist in the constitution. They may exist in legislation.
Mm-hmm.
So Botswana probably is another country we could look at and examine, because chiefs are pretty strong there too. But this is interesting. I mean, our chieftaincy institution has endured just exceptionally so in Africa, really. I mean, just Nigeria, it's more the ceremonial type. You know, the governor can even sack the Sultan of Sokoto and all of that, and no war happens, nothing. So they are still there. They're big chiefs and Oba and everything, but they don't have the kind of institutional power that they have here. But it would be good to see how other countries have treated this cultural institution and elevated them to this. But it may not also be coming just from our tradition, because it's historically in the two-party system, it was the UP guys who really were big on the Council of State and the second chamber idea as a way of moderating Nkrumah's power and all of that. It didn't carry the day. So when they had the opportunity, they brought the Council of State into the picture. Now, as with many things, now both sides like it. These days they have a way of sticking once, so now whether you are UP or Nkrumah or MPP, they all like the Council of State, because who doesn't like more jobs for the boys and the girls? So everybody likes it, and so it's stuck around because of that.
If you look at the report of the Consultative Assembly,
Mm-hmm.
the 1991 report, the Council of State was supposed to act as a fetter on executive powers.
Yeah, as a check.
And so we ask ourselves then, is it doing that? Is it actually performing exactly the function that it was supposed to be? And so maybe, as Alhaji said, we need to look at the gap. We need to assess our constitutional bodies and decide whether or not there really is that need for a body that advises the president or provides that wisdom that you were talking about. And so I would just want to, by the way, add that I was having conversations with our research team, and our sort of remit is to look at the issues that would need to be amended, instead of looking at the entire constitution. But as these stakeholder consultations are going forward or going on, you realize that it's not possible to amend just one side or look at it as just one issue. And so my, final statement or counsel to, the deliberation is to decide how to go about reviewing the Constitution. Instead of looking at it in terms of issues, I think it's very important to look at it holistically. And the issue of the Council of State and other independent constitutional bodies really brings about the need to kind of holistically, review the entire administrative process of this country and whether or not it's effective and performing what we needed to do.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that the difficulty we are all having is the fact that the advice that the council is supposed to give is in private. And then the advice is also not binding on any of the people that they are supposed to advise. And that is a difficulty that we are having. Unfortunately, we don't have any former president here to even tell us whether they received advice from the Council of States or not, and how they, saw the functions of the Council of States. But I believe that we need a body at that higher level to moderate, at least between the judiciary, the executive, and the legislature. I have seen some interventions. Sometimes when there is a standoff between Parliament and President, I've seen Council of State stepping in. Where there is a standoff between the judiciary and Parliament, the Council of State, I've seen them stepping in, working at the background. So I think that we need a body like that to sometimes intervene in some of the actions that may be a border to the country. But my suggestion would be that instead of going for elections, the elected members, we should stop the election because it's also becoming another wing of the political parties. So nobody trusts that one. That is why they will not even have the legitimacy to even call political parties and talk about, peace in elections and all those things, because they know that it has become one of the appendages of the political parties. So if we cancel this election, and if somebody is also going to advise a president or parliament or whatever, and you go for election, what is the probability that you get people who are knowledgeable enough to advise the president? But as is stated in the composition, format this, I think we should specify the 11 members that the president is even supposed to appoint. We shouldn't leave it just like that. We should specify the ages, the qualifications, and other requirements that we think will be needed at that level to advise the president or the parliament or whichever institution is they are supposed to do. And I think the numbers must also be reduced. If we have a 15-member, I think it should be okay than 16 plus another 11 plus former chief, former. It makes the composition unwieldy. So I support that we should have the Council of State, but at least we should, as much as possible, try to reduce the numbers. And also, if it's possible, if it's being composed by the president, then names must be sent to Parliament for approval, so that we know that the president nominated them. Parliament has also approved at least. Then people will know that once Parliament has approved, it gives it a bit of legitimacy, and people may have some trust in the work of the Council of State. But I don't support abolition. Thank you.
No, no, it's an, I get a very, so you mentioned interbranch disputes, right? Disputes between branches of government that have either a tendency to create either a problem for governance, or if that is the role we want a Council of State to play. So I'm more inclined to see the Council of State in this dispute resolution kind of mode, right? Reconciliation, polarization, moderating. So I think that's an attractive role for the Council of State. If you have a body that is there to smoothing over these kinds of challenges when they occur. I remember, in my own, interaction with them, the Council of State, was when we got this hung parliament, so-called hung parliament, and business was not, business in the House had been, had become difficult on account of just relationships having broken down between parties and between branches and stuff like that. And I, was involved in some conversation around trying to reconcile certain things. And the Council of State was in the picture, right, in the background, but supporting the roles that we were playing at the time. And I can see a Council of State in our kind of politics, where whether it's inter-party disputes that have risen to the level of a systemic challenge, right, a systemic risk, or inter-branch disputes that have risen also to that level, where you have a Council of State that is the one that does the reconciliation and says, hey, this is the temperature is too high here. The country must be governed. This is not working. That's not working. This is the role we're playing. But if that's the role, why don't we make it more explicit? You know, it's like, if the Council of State is going to be the one that steps in when things are getting to the precipice and we are worried, then maybe, you know, it's called Council of Reconciliation or whatever, right? And it does that role specifically. Whether it's interbranch between Parliament and the presidency, between the judiciary and this, and there is no arbiter, then this body steps in and says, hey, you know, this is not working. And if the parties also carry on to a point where it's really endangering all of us, say, hey, this is not working. Because it's possible that we'll get to a situation where there is no state institution that can solve the problem. And sometimes constitutions don't think about that. You can get to a point where there is such an impasse in the system, no state institution is there to solve it. And in fact, in our constitution, as we've created it, it's possible. Let me give you one scenario. If you say the president must choose a majority of his ministers from within Parliament, that provision is predicated on an unwritten assumption that the president will always get a majority of his ministers, will always win Parliament. So one day you have a president has won the election, the opposition has won Parliament by a landslide. The president's MPs are maybe 80. Opposition MPs are 120. And you are telling these opposition people who were all trying to get into Parliament to become ministers, but who now don't have a president who is going to appoint them, that they should approve out of the 80 a number to become ministers, and they are sitting there, the 120 people. And they say, you bring everybody, they shoot him down. The president brings 1, 2, 10, 20 people. They refuse to approve you. How do you run the country? The Constitution has a setup now. This can happen easily, right? So you have a situation like that. What is the tiebreaker? Who solves the problem, right? You could have, if that is the role for a Council of State, you make it very clear. In that kind of situation, you create a fallback option, and you say the Council of State then steps in and does this kind of work. But if that is what we really wanted to do, then it is not advising the president and doing this kind of thing. Then it's a particular role. You see, then it becomes more like a specialized body that is solving a problem that is unique and nobody else can solve. And I think that part of the challenge the Council of State we are finding now is that the thing that it does, we think anybody can do. It is doing this general purpose wisdom advising. It is not an expert body. It is not this, it is not that. If we can identify situations in our constitutional framework where the system is on the brink, if nobody intervenes, and we say that is when the Council of State comes in. But then in that case, you have to justify having them around all the time. You see, so it is one of those things.
Mr. Chairman, I think that apart from what the role that you want the Council to play, I still think that we should add the advisory role to it. Because even in our traditional settings, advice are normally given in camera. The president has advisors on this, on this, on this. Do we get to hear the advice they give to the president? But I also pay them. We pay them. The only difference is that this is a body of maybe 20-something members supposed to give advice to president. And if the advice is going to be public, then there's no more advice. There's no more advice. So I think that apart from the conflict resolution and all those things, we should still keep to the advice that they have to give to the president or parliament or any other body.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So, Mr. Chair, if I can add, I think that the process, the constitutional review thing is a very political thing. Maybe we've started off with a lot of goodwill, and so we should be, and there are so many very important areas of the Constitution that needs very radical reforms. where do we spend our capital? Where do we spend our goodwill? And I think that I started off as somebody who was on the abolitionist side, but making that, going that route would mean spending a lot of the capital that we have and perhaps diverting attention from other areas. And therefore, if we went for an option 2, that was more around modifying what we have now, starting with a very clear case of purpose, and then saying that as a result of this, these are the areas that were suggested. And I'm saying that first, this first past the post is something that excludes a lot of people. Secondly, it's by its nature very partisan, because then it's just a binary thing. It doesn't have space for any third, fourth, third voices, etc. Somebody gets 30% and wins because of all the other distance. So if, based on all that, if we could find, maybe have a council of states that focuses, one, on, as you mentioned, the interagency mediation, very high level, not that maybe at a district level, etc., but at very high levels between parliaments, the judiciary, the executive, particularly, and just saying that very advisedly in this room, where you have the head of one of these 3 arms of government really protecting their turf. Parliament used to, in the past, be a bit, subservient to the executive. We've had the situation of the current speaker, really staking his territory and saying that if you don't do this, we won't pass the budget. If you don't increase our allocation, why should we even go to the executive for A, B, C, D, E, F? In such situations, I think we need a body that can, help in the mediation behind the scenes. I think there's sometimes, also because of the polarized nature of Parliament, you may need a mechanism, a space that allows for a second opinion, outside of the heat of the discussions, within Parliament. So that council, or whatever we choose to call it, then becomes a space where maybe we may have a less partisan deliberation, and therefore giving the opinion. I think that the whole thing about the representation of certain social groups too is also a place that we can find, where we can find expression for women, young people, persons with disability, but also with the chiefs. So we may look at a purpose around this. And I would say, that in terms of tenure, if we look at a tenure that straddles administrations, so let's say the Council of State elections or selections are done maybe in the middle of President Mohammed's term and ends in the middle of the next one, then it enables a certain reduction of the partisanship, rather than being elected at the start of a new administration, where then that administration must get its people in this thing. Then also the whole thing about rotating chairs, so you are a chairperson of the Council of State, maybe for 1 year, the next year it goes to somebody else, in a way that also seeks to bring in other people into the decision making. And then the whole issue about how opaque its operations are and how we can help to address it. There was mention of an annual report to Parliament that is debated, on the floor of Parliament, that may help to this thing. And then be more open to the public, just as we can walk to Parliament and submit memoranda, petitions, and etc. Should we be able to also walk to the Council of States, on some specific issues? So that's what I'll put on the table for us to look at. Madam Acting Chair. In the exercise of powers conferred on me through our acting chair, we have a former EC commissioner called Madam Rebecca Ajalo, who would want to make some remarks via Zoom before we break for lunch. So I'll crave your indulgence for us to listen to her. Are we ready? Kweku, are we ready? All right. Madam Rebecca, if you can unmute, we're ready for you.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Right, okay. Good afternoon to you all. A brief introduction of myself. My name is Rebecca Kabuki Ajalo. I was a member of the Electoral Commission and was sworn in on the 17th of November 2010, and I exited the commission on the 23rd of August 2020. Now, so I served on the commission for 10 years under the leadership of Dr. Farijan, Madame Charlotte Osei, and Madame Jane Mensah. Additionally, I'm also a retired Chief State Attorney of the Ministry of Justice and Office of the Attorney General. I was a prosecutor until I retired. Now, I have just a few comments to make on the Electoral Commission that relates to my experience or tenure there. There are a lot of reforms that have been proposed, and it's, in fact, if I should be honest, I would say that the whole commission needs an overhaul. But specifically to the members of the commission, my remarks would be as to how should members of the commission be appointed. I believe that the members of the commission, that is excluding the 3 executive members, it should be by broad consultation so that they appear acceptable to all stakeholders and the citizenry of Ghana. Now, the remuneration as stated in the Constitution is not clear. I believe this should be made more clearer by law. This provision is in Article 44.5. It's ambiguous. And for the whole 10 years that I was at the commission, we were paid allowances that never changed because the remuneration was the prerogative of Parliament. Now, I also believe that roles are to be carved out for members of the commission. And members of the commission should not be part-time members, but should be full-time, as the work at the commission is enormous. And as the population increases and more regions are added to Ghana, it requires the full participation of all members of the commission. The fact that members of the commission are part-time, I believe, demeans the position, and it works in such a way that the executive members, can sideline the commission members in their duties. The EC has grown, like I've said, and every member needs to be assigned roles in the electoral cycle, and these tasks should be throughout the full cycle. It may appear that members are quite redundant after elections, but there are a lot of work that has to be done. And if specific roles are carved out for members, this could be achieved and could make elections more manageable, more transparent, and educate the citizenry. For example, I would say that the education aspect of the EC should be all year round. It should not be towards the end of the election cycle when there's voting that the work should, be augmented, but it should be throughout the cycle. And there should be a collaboration between the NCC and the EC so that their work are not duplicated. So I believe in doing that, as we're educating the citizenry, will bring about transparency and demystify the work at the commission. As it is now, the whole EC, I believe, is shrouded in mystery. People don't understand the processes, and this leads to confusion and misunderstanding, when it comes to election and the aftermath thereafter. Also, I believe that if members' roles are carved out, the chairperson would not be seen as usurping all the roles of the members, which works against the transparency aspect of the commission. Members should strongly be engaged on a full-time basis and remunerated accordingly. Now, when it comes to the chairperson of the commission, I believe that the chairperson should be appointed by broad consensus involving the engagement of the citizenry and stakeholders. The tenure of the chairperson should be limited to 5 years and not aligned to that of the judiciary. I believe that that institution should be set apart from the judiciary and operate on its own and not tag along the conditions of the judiciary. Now, I'm saying this because the tenure of the EC chairperson and the other executive members depends on the leadership style. The leadership style of a chairperson can be detrimental to the perception criteria, can lead to disaffection among stakeholders. Some chairpersons can be participatory in their decision-making, involving strongly the citizenry, IPAC, and other stakeholders. I think this is very necessary. And each leadership of the EC brings its own leadership style. I think that if we rotate that, we'll get to a point where we would have a perfect leadership criteria. I also believe there's the need for a proper audit post-election that should involve the citizenry and should be extremely broad, so all views are canvassed. And going forward, I believe this would improve elections as anomalies and breaches that have occurred in the last election would be unveiled for correction. I also believe that the date of 7th November should be the chosen date for the elections. Now, there have been, I think on 2 occasions, the bill has gone to Parliament, but has not been enacted into law because of the lack of time. I believe now is the time to effect that and not spring this proposal in the last year of an election cycle. I think this would not work. And in most times, has not assisted in putting this date into law. Regarding removal of the members of the commission, when I say members, I mean the executive as well. I think a human face should be put to the sanctions that are meted out to the EC board members who are found culpable, and they should benefit from the Audi Alteram Partem rule, that is the rule to be heard. Now, I'm speaking primarily because of certain things that have gone on with some commissioners that were dismissed. I believe that the Audi Alteram Partem rule was not adhered to, and in future, I think there should be a law that should incorporate that procedure. And once someone has been found who has breached a law, the remedy should be accordingly meted out proportionately. I think in a gist, these are my views on the Electoral Commission and the way forward. But like I said, there are a whole lot of reforms that have been suggested, and I believe that an LI could achieve those results better, probably than the constitutional reform on the EC. Thank you.
I don't know if former EC commissioners are also called honorable, so that I'll add that to your title. But this is very useful, very interesting. I wish we had time to open it up for question and answers and comments, but unfortunately we have to go to break at 2:30, and it's 2:37. I don't know if you would be around after the lunch break. Perhaps, we'll discuss with the chairman and see if we can fit in some time to engage with you on the points that you've made. But for now, I think we'll bring this session to a close. And thank you very much for your inputs. All right, ladies and gentlemen.
After 3:30, I believe so. As I mentioned earlier, I have a bereavement. We're in the process of a meeting, but let's see how 3:30 goes. But I would like to, provide some answers or feedback. Yeah, so required. Okay. Right. Okay, no problem. Thank you so much. Thank you too. Bye.
if she's still present, the Executive Secretary of the National Media Commission is also here. He's almost the Executive Secretary of the whole Ghana, but he's here, so we'll get to talk about, if not the others, at least the NMC. NMC is different from the other ICBs because while for those ones, the issues tend to be around independence and mode of appointment and tenure and those things. Those are not the crucial issues when it comes to the NMC. So even though it's one of the independent constitutional bodies, I think its treatment in the Constitution somehow puts it in a different position vis-a-vis those issues around mode of appointment. There are some probably residual questions around independence, but I think either because they have asserted themselves from the beginning and some of the early Supreme Court decisions in relation to them somehow sorted out some of those issues. They do not, I think, face some of the same common issues as the others. But there are other issues that are cross-cutting, could be resourcing, could be the nature of the mandate for the NMC. It's really the issues around their role in sanitizing the media environment, you know, the broadcasting laws, what kind of powers they have. Those are some of the knotty issues. How far can they go? You know, what's their role vis-a-vis NCA? What can they do to media? And I think in the light of the failure of their initial attempt to enact a broadcasting bill, there's been this void around how far they can go to regulate content and some of those issues. So we'll have an opportunity to tackle some of those issues here with Mr. George Sapong present. But let's give the opportunity for members and participants to interact with our last presenter on the Electoral Commission issues. And then after that, we will go to Mr. George Sapong. Thanks. Madam Rebecca Ajalo is the former member of the EC who presented before we went on break, so the former EC commissioner. Commission and its constitutional, what it is that we should know for purposes of the review and how this review process might aid the Commission's work and might enable the Commission to be better able to carry on its mandate. So, Brother George.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry that I couldn't join in the morning. I had a prior commitment to the Media Foundation for West Africa for a program. But Mr. Chair, because I missed the beginning, I do not know exactly what but I would point out some quick issues. There are two big issues that have always been a problem. Is number one, the language about the composition of the commission. The Constitution says they shall be established by an act of parliament within 6 months, blah, blah, blah. A national media commission which shall consist of 15 members as follows, now 18. Simply because of the use of consist, that they are the institution. And it is not only a problem for the Media Commission. If you read the report of the Statute Law Review Commissioner, Justice Crabb, he clearly illustrates that there has been a big historical problem with that, and that is why in the Statute Law Review, institutions that were previously called boards or councils, he converted all of them to authority. Because if you had, there used to be an organization called the Standards Board. So anytime the law said the board shall do ABCD, which is a reference to the institution, the members of the board thought that it was a power for them. And it is the same thing that plays up at the National Media Commission. So historically, it has always been a big fight between the members of the commission and the executive secretary. The act, and especially the chair, under the NMC Act, the chairman has only one responsibility, which is to chair meetings of the commission. And then the law creates the position of executive secretary and says that he shall be responsible for the management and administration of the commission. Because the Constitution has said the commission shall consist of, the members have always believed that they are the institution. And so there's been a lot of conflict around this issue that I think it would help if the Constitution clarified. I think that the reference, a proper construction of the law shows very clearly that this shouldn't be a problem, but it is for the entire duration of the commission. Professor Kekari would recall that, in fact, when they first started the commission, when he was a member, it got to a point where between the members of the commission and the executive secretary actually locked out the members of the commission. They got into a very big fight. We strongly think that part of the weaknesses, institutional weaknesses of the institution that we know now stemmed from that period. So if you read some of the observer report of the 96 elections, they actually declared the NMC moribund by 1996. Just after it was just about 3 or so years when the 96 election happened. After Esufu Kondia, the next executive secretary was Messiah Boafo. He had big fights with Dr. Hayford. It ended up in Parliament, to the extent that Tia Akorogo, may so rest in peace, formally had to raise this on the floor of the House. The Parliament needed to intervene in the struggle between the Executive Secretary and the Chair. The next person who took over from Mr. Eboafo had such a terrible time. This is a formal process, but allow me to say off record that he himself told me that he got to a point where he always had to drink before he went into meetings, because he knew that it was going to be very explosive. And it usually was. I've been in this role for a while. I've worked with a couple of chairs. I've never had this problem. But I suspect it's peculiar to my circumstance. And I can illustrate this for you, Mr. Chair. The first chairman I worked with was Mr. Poledu Jemfi. Poledu Jemfi was bar president when I was a student of the law. So by the time I met with him, already, I knew that, And in any case, I think we also shared a clear understanding of what the Constitution meant and the structure it had created. So between us, we never had a problem. The next person I worked with was Cabral. Cabral was already GJ president of the West Africa Journalists Association by the time Professor Kakari was teaching me how to write a lead in journalism school. So once again, I did my thesis quoting materials from people like him. So you already have a relationship of great respect to begin with. I had the same kind of relationship with Mr. Janapentin. When I had the privilege to be trained under Professor Karikari, Janapentin had already served as mirror editor, graphic editor. He had been editor of West Africa. And was already collaborating with Professor Kakari using African topics. So again, I had a relationship with him that was very clear. We didn't have any difficulty. And it is the same thing with Mr. Obodo Eboafo. So this is very specific to me. The second thing is also that some of the things that had created conflict between the previous leaders wouldn't have relate also to who is the boss here. I don't need to be seen to be boss. And even though I work within the public space, those people who know me know that I hate publicity. So it also helps, but I don't think it will always continue like that. So we need to help clarify within the structure of the Constitution exactly what this is. The second thing about that same issue is that precisely because the membership of the Commission is listed and the position of Executive Secretary was created by the Act, the Executive Secretary as Chief Executive is not a member of the Commission. And that's a very unusual kind of structure. So it appears to me that if we are going to keep the position of Chief Executive as Executive Secretary, then we need to make provision for it in the Constitution. Or we need to clarify that. But the Constitution should clarify, in my view, not only for the NMC, but perhaps for all the independent governance institutions. I think the public service structure of creating a board as a governing organ and a clear chief executive position needs to be clarified. If you go to the Electoral Commission or to NCC, the authority of the chair to act as chief executive is assumed. There is no rubric of the law anywhere that designates any one of them as chief executive, neither in the Constitution nor in the Act. So these are assumed powers. And it appears to me that clarity would be necessary. Let's create clear structures for all of them. A board that is very clear, given its clear mandate as a board. And then a chief executive position that is very clear, with a role that is clarified. So these are the questions about the structure with respect to NMC, which in some sense, in my view, applies to the others. Then the next big question.
Maybe let's pause on this because we can bring Madam Rebecca Ajolo in on the EC side. But the issue you raised, I mean, I was looking through the various other acts, various other provisions of the, when you mentioned the problem with the members of the commission thinking that they are the entirety of the establishment, which is a bit interesting. I looked at the other provisions, and the language is the same, right? So SHRAJ says there shall be established by an act of parliament a commission on human rights and administrative justice, which shall consist of a commissioner and 2 deputies, right? But it's not possible for these 3 to think that they constitute the entirety of SHRAJ, right? SHRAJ is a government. The operating part of SHRAJ is there. Every day they operate. These people are essentially the leadership of SHRAJ. But there is a SHRAJ that works on an everyday basis. I don't know what their act says. Does the SHRAJ Act create an executive secretary for SHRAJ as well? It doesn't, right? But it's probably also because for SHRAJ, these positions were envisaged as full-time positions. Are the NMC positions, the members of the NMC, because the NMC's position, when you look at the membership, they are nominees from various organizations. So I don't think the intendment with the NMC was that these members would be full-time commissioners, unlike SHRAJ, for example, right? So it's a bit strange that the one organization whose members are nominee members from various bodies is that organization where the commission members think they must run the organization, even though they actually are coming from different places. They're just representatives, and therefore not full-time members.
I think, Mr. Chair, you raised a number of things that, let me quickly help. That when you compare NMC to SHRAJ or any others, you are right with the analysis, but also there's an inheritance of institutional cultures. Remember that SHRAJ is taken over from the ombudsman. So even though the Constitution has created this, it was created upon the existing structures of the ombudsman as it had operated. So the new members who were appointed would know that there's an existing bureaucracy of a sort that they preside over. But I also want to throw in something that I don't know if it's the right place to do, but I see that in Ghana, we tend to talk of commissioners rather than what the law creates, members of the commission. There's a big difference. Under the Constitution, only SHRAJ has commissioners. The other institutions have members of a commission. The key difference is that a commissioner is commissioned. So each individual member of the commission have their own commissioned authority. So in matters of decision making, each one of them is required to formulate their own position, almost like, for the lawyers here, almost like what the Supreme Court does. When we speak of members of the commission, this is a college. So the structure and philosophy is that of a collegiate that takes decisions in collegial processes. So, stricto sensu, neither the chair of the Electoral Commission nor even at NCC is any one of them designated to hold absolute executive authority the way we have seen them exercised. I do not think that is the intendment of the Constitution, but that is the structure that we seem to have. If we're interrogating the Constitution, we've got to be very clear There's historical evolution of these labels, and it is possible to find the literature and to clarify the thoughts on these. Concluding, it is very important that we know who are commissioners and who are members of a commission. SRAJ has commissioners, the others have members of a commission. Then, coming back to NMC, you are right when you say these are part-timers and they represent institutions. In fact, that is clarified in the Act. It is the only Act in which I see a provision that says that for the avoidance of doubt, members of the commission shall not hold themselves as having full-time job at the National Media Commission. Even with that clarity of expression, this problem exists. But, Mr. Chair, you also bring up another matter that I think for those commissions or institutions that have representation, the Constitution may help clarify. It may not put this in language, but we need to be clear in our mind. When you have institutional representatives, there are different forms of representation. There is the representative as a trustee. There is the representative as a delegate. When the representative is a delegate, he represents the interest of their institution. And on matters before the commission, they are not to vote outside the position that their institutions take. If they are representatives as trustees, they act upon their own conscience and professional judgment. As we stand, especially at NMC, this is not clear. So there are situations where the Ghana Independent Broadcasters Association is in court with the NMC. Their representative on the commission stands somewhere else. And when you take a decision that you say, well, we took this decision together with the representative of GIBA. GIBA says, no, we were not part of that decision. So these are complexities in the representation that we have. The next difficulty is about accountability to the institutions. It is the culture of public service in Ghana that people who serve at these levels swear oath of secrecy. Now, if they are representatives of their institutions and they are delegates, then there's a requirement of reporting back to their institutions. But having sworn the oath of secrecy, the conflict arises as to what they can tell their institutions and what they cannot tell them. What is the reporting line? What are the lines of accountability? It seems to me that we need to think through these issues for those institutions that have institutional representation. Because if you check with them, it happens to everybody. But that is enough said about the structure and composition. If you would permit me, I would quickly move into the mandate of the commission. But I'm in your hands, sir.
Any questions around the structure issue? But on the structure issue, so you are recommending a separation between the operating arm of the organization, which is the one that runs the establishment on a day-to-day basis, headed by a CEO or executive secretary, and the policy, corporate governance policy top of the organization, which would be the chair and the members. That would not appear to work well with, that seems to me to work very well with NMC, right? Because usually, let's say CDD. I am the executive secretary or CEO. My board, I have a chair and board members, but they all work, they have their full-time job, they all work everywhere, different places, and they come together every quarter or every so often to have a board meeting where they set policy, they review policy and set strategy and all of that. So I can see the NMC working like that, right? Your members have they are doing their own thing from their various organizations. Every so often they come together and you provide them information, they make decisions based on that. SHRAT doesn't work like that because for SHRAT, the chair and the two deputies are full-time members of the organization, working every day there, unlike your members. EC is not like that. There's a chair, there are two deputies who work full-time within the organization. Maybe the other 4 members are like that. So your organization looks to me like the quintessential organization where the typical corporate governance structure seems to work, right? If you compare you to the other bodies, that model breaks down somewhat, right?
Mr. Chair, that's precisely the point, and I'm still saying that
we should change
that clarity would also help the others. So in the case of SHRAT, I would say let us have a governing group different from the executive authority. So now you have 3 people essentially who take the biggest decision on the biggest thing of our lives, human rights. So apart from the court, every decision about us regarding human rights is these 3 people. And they are the same people who are also doing the work. You understand? You cannot be supervising and be doing at the same time. So I want to recommend that for all these institutions, let us create a governing body whose job is to deal with the big thinking. And let's create a position of chief executive whose job is to execute the big thinking from this group, and who also have supervisory authority over the actions of the chief executive. A lot of the conflict that we have at the Electoral Commission, in my view, stems from this. If we had an Electoral Commission that is composed of a board that the chief executive reports to.
When you say the board, you mean currently the EC chair, the 2 deputies, and the members.
And the members.
That's your board.
So, but I would not keep it in the current framing.
Okay.
I would create a governing body, whichever way we call it. But that would be different from the chief executive, who may have a deputy or whatever structure you give them. So the decisions and actions of the chief executive of the Electoral Commission then becomes reviewable by the board. As it is now, there is no filter. And so any decision that does not go right is only the court that can intervene. And so we see us running between the Electoral Commission and the court on almost every issue that people disagree with. And again, it is not even clear whether and when I say chair, I do not mean the current chair, but just the position of the chair. Whether or not the chair recognizes that they are primus inter pares amongst their own colleagues in the commission, because the commission did not create any one of them as a super commissioner over the other, because they are members, which means that these institutions must act as a college. So I'm coming back to the earlier analysis I made between members of a commission and commissioners. None of the institutions that we are dealing with has commissioned people. They are all members of a commission. So they ought to work as a college. And therefore, no single one of them is supposed to exercise overriding powers or influence over the rest of them. But the way we have operated these institutions now appears that there is a commissioner who is subordinately bigger and more influential than the others. It does not seem to me this.
Yeah.
Hello. I don't have your act with me, but since you started talking, I've been looking at Article 167, which states the functions of the National Media Commission. So who should exercise this function? If you see a problem between the executive secretary and the commission, because I said I don't have your act. I don't know whether your act gives the functions to the executive secretary. But even if it does that, that will be in conflict with the Constitution, because the Constitution says that the functions of the National Media Commission shall be as follows. They come from other places, so they are not always there. So you have an executive secretary who will be in charge of the day-to-day administration. So once they are exercising that authority, they are doing the functioning. They are exercising the functions imposed on them. To me, your duty is to take instructions from them. But you are the one effectively on the ground. At any one point in time, if somebody wants to talk to National Media Commission, you will be there. Again, if you look at the officers and other employees of the commission in consultation with the Public Services Commission. So there are going to be other workers. It's not only the executive secretary.
Council, I think you missed there. So let's get back to the original
That's
premise.
what I want to understand.
The original premise is that there are two references. One to the institution as established by law, which, as you know, is independent of the membership. So when you come back and raise the question of the members, you are getting to the kernel of the problem. You understand? The functions listed there are the functions that the organization that the Constitution has created is to perform. It is not for the members to perform. So if you do not have clarity, so let us say the Lands Commission. It is also called commission. It has representation from different institutions. When we say the Lands Commission should manage the lands of Ghana, it does not mean that it is those individuals who are coming from those organizations who must do that. It is that is supposed to do that. The members who come from these different organizations provide the governance function. And it is important that in the these are clarified so that the people who are represented on the commission do not confuse themselves with the corporate body of the institution. That is the crux of the matter that we are discussing.
Yes, but if you look at the 166 where you started from, said there shall be established by Act of Parliament within 6 months or whatever, coming to force, a National Media Commission which shall consist of 15, now 18 members. So giving an ordinary interpretation, which shall consist of.
So, Council, once again, that is why I start by saying the language consists of is the problem. And therefore, the language must be so clear as not to create that difficulty of the individual human beings thinking they are the institution.
So your formulation, your preferred formulation would be something that says, for example, that there shall be created by an Act of Parliament a National Media Commission.
Full stop.
Full stop, exactly. The National Media Commission shall have
a board
these members and an executive secretary.
Yes.
Right. So yeah. So you think that this, because it says the Media Commission shall consist of, these people, 13 or 15 people, now come to think that they constitute the media commission. And therefore, everybody else that works in the media commission is what?
So
Public Service Commission.
that is precisely the source of the conflict.
But in his formulation, the commission is the corporate body, the going concern. That is the commission. They are there permanently. The body, the organization called the Media Commission.
Because let me help you. Prof, you see, if you get to the act, or almost every act, the law is usually very clear that we are creating the legal entity. In fact, the reason why when NMC or any of the organization falls into debt, we don't call on these members to pay, is because they recognize that there is a legal entity that is different from them. The only reason why the members would take their allowance from the institution is because they know they are not the institution, they work for the institution, and they have to be remunerated. So references to the legal entity needs to be very clear.
Isn't this a problem with any of the other commissions? Why is it that, because you look like the Land Commission, right? The Land Commission is a body that's an executive secretary. And then there's a Land Commission, right? Who come from Ghana Bar Association and all these places, and they are appointed, they change. The Media Commission, the Lands Commission's executive secretary, they are civil servants or public servants, they're always there. But every now and then, when government changes, they get a new board, but they don't call it the board. They call them the Lands Commission still. But they don't have any confusion in their minds that there is a legal entity called the Lands Commission that is always there, has a building, painted some colors, and they work all the time. And that these other people come and go as and when the appointing authority changes, these different people come and go. The SHRAJ has the same, right? They know that the SHRAJ is an organization. They just have a leadership there. Unlike yours, they don't have an executive secretary. The Electoral Commission, like SHRAJ, doesn't have an executive secretary. Actually, what you are proposing we do for all of these institutions, and I think that it simplifies things. It looks more like, IABC, for example, in Kenya, right? So the Independent Election and Boundaries Commission in Kenya is their election management body, but there's a CEO of the IABC, and then there is the commission that sees itself as the board. Let's take the commission, your proposal, and look at it in the electoral context. So in the case of the election commission, if we were to create an executive secretary who becomes the CEO of the body that runs the election, all elections every day and all of that, and you have chairman of the EC, deputy and all of that, isn't that actually more likely to multiply conflicts within the commission? Because here you are, the CEO will say, I am the director of elections. I'm the one who is actually the professional who runs elections in this country. And the board chair is the national returning officer for presidential elections and all of that. Now, I haven't seen conflict arise in Kenya between the CEO and the IEBC chair a lot, but in the context we are talking about, isn't the problem you are encountering with the commission or with its chair more likely to be exacerbated under your proposal if we imported this same arrangement you have to the EC, for example? Aren't we likely to get more problems?
I think it would rather
he referred to the first commission The chairman of the first commission was Professor Kofi Kumado. And on the board also sat the late Ala Ajete and a couple of other persons who I believe are eminent legal persons. Now, the example he cited about the conflict between the commission and then the executive secretary was this. The executive secretary, precisely on this point of who is the commission, decides that he won't take instructions from the chairman because the chairman has no power in the constitution, according to his reading, to instruct him about anything. But you see, when it got to that point, in my estimation, the executive secretary was picking and choosing when to take instructions from the chairman and when not to. Why am I saying this? Because the time the executive secretary decided not to take instruction from the chairman was this. The National Media Commission thought that there was something wrong with its exclusion from the management of broadcasting, the management of broadcasting frequency allocation and the membership as listed here. And so the executive secretary was openly pro the government of the time. And not only pro the government of the time, but direct loyalty to Rawlings, who was head of state. And Rawlings even told the members of the commission that over his dead body, would he allow the National Media Commission to have anything to do with the management of broadcasting frequencies? And so the executive secretary was sticking to that and therefore would have nothing to do with the members of the members who were supposed to set policy and so on and so forth. So that is how it is because of this reading that no, I am the person working here. I'm the commission, not you. You come and go. You see, well, we never resolved that problem. But as George is raising it, it appears to me that it's one of the things that perhaps needs to be sorted out at some point.
And my question is, will your recipe, your remedy, the proposed remedy, necessarily solve the problem? Because if what you have has not solved the problem in the NMC, how is replicating it as the form, the normative form across the IEBC, SHRAD, and everything make a difference? But then you would say they're put in the Constitution. If the Constitution is clear.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. What I'm advocating for has not existed. It is not the model at NMC. It is more the model that you are talking of in Kenya. I think that I can share with the rest of the team that I worked on the Kenyan Constitution.
So in the Lands Commission?
Yes. Yeah.
What about the Lands Commission?
But I'm coming back. There is a comment I made that applies to the Lands Commission. The Lands Commission, as you have it now, is also an evolution of institutions that the Constitution inherited. So by the time these commissions were created, they were being created upon existing realities. The NMC was not like that.
The Press Commission died.
Yes, had died.
The coup.
Yes. Okay. So this is where, and the politics that Prof explains, in my view, defined the entire challenge. Okay. What I'm recommending is different from what you were analyzing. In my model, the chair of the Electoral Commission would not be a returning officer. She is chair of a governing group whose job is to set policy for the Electoral Commission. In fact, it is almost like the way we've run corporate governance around the world.
Well, but then then the IABC model is not what you are recommending, right? Because in the IABC model, I mean, when there are lawsuits in the Kenyan Supreme Court, it's the IABC chair who is there. The IABC chair is the returning officer, actually.
I'm sorry
right?
to cut in, but what I'm saying is that the lawyers here, it seems to me that it's settled law that when it comes to litigation, that's the room of the board. You understand? So a chief executive cannot commit an organization to litigation. You understand?
But it's the IABC chair who is the
So my suggestion is that here, if you created a board that is designated as a board with very clear provisions on what their role is, to set policy and to constitute the supervisory organ over the chief executive. That is very consistent with how most public sector organizations in this country have been created. And that should not create any difficulty because the board chair and the board members know their role and the role is clearly defined. The chief executive knows that he or she is working under the authority of the board. You understand? In the case that Prof was illustrating, of course, in terms of Prof mentioned the chair of the time and the executive secretary was Nana Sifikundria. What Prof has not said is also that in terms of age, the executive secretary saw himself as older than most of these people who had come, who he thought were kids who shouldn't instruct him, which I think was neither here nor there. And they all fed into that reality. But the key point is that if the law was clear about the fact that when we speak of National Media Commission, assuming that it was not called a commission and it was called authority.
Well, so the key issue with the ICBs, right, the independent constitutional bodies and officers, is independence, right? For the Constitution, the concern here is this function is one of the guardrails in the Constitution, right, that protects certain important institutions or functions or organs of the state or the constitutional system, ecosystem, media, elections, these kinds of things, audits, all those things. So we need to carve them out of the executive arm, put them somewhere else, and protect them. Okay, so the moment you do your formulation, which I think it's definitely one of the options I've seen, then if the power is going to shift, essentially there's going to be a shift in power from what we call the commission, the board, to the executive secretary or the CEO.
Not necessarily.
Absolutely, but if the board is just doing policy, then we have to be concerned about how we choose the executive secretary becomes even more important now, right? Exactly, because if indeed the one who is going to run our elections is not going to be the chair of the election commission and their members, but it is going to be the CEO of the electoral commission or the executive secretary, then that is where we must go to get the independence. We must be very
actually we don't have to choose. We will have to create independence for both.
For both, absolutely.
Yes. Absolutely. So that's, in my view, absolutely should be the way to go.
So currently, how is the NMC executive secretary chosen?
It's a decision between the commission and the Public Services Commission.
Okay.
And it is a model I will keep.
You would keep that model?
I'll keep that model given the chance.
So all the fights we are having about take the EC, the president appointing the EC, all of that, going to court, to parliament, send it to parliament, supermajority, all of that disappears.
No, I'm talking specifically about NMC. I'm not talking about the EC.
No, because you want, the reason I'm bringing the EC is that because you want to mainstream this in the ICBs and make that the model that we follow. I'm interested in pushing it
Okay, a lot of
with respect using the EC as the example.
Okay.
Because that is where a lot of conflict comes from. So if I push your model using the EC as an example, how is the appointment going to look like? We would no longer be so fixated on the EC commissioners. Because in fact, as you see currently, when appointments are made to public corporations and SOEs, people are not fighting. It's not the board chair that anybody is fighting to be or board member. Everybody is fighting to be CEO. So in fact, that is going to be the center of power, right? Because that's really where the organization is run. So you are going to see, not that nobody cares about the chair or the members, but that's not where power is going to reside effectively. So if power is going to reside now at the CEO level, why should we not be taking that person through the supermajority thing and taking to parliament, and then you want this appointed in consultation with the Public Service Commission?
I will do same. So in my model, every person of considerable import in the Electoral Commission, whether as member of the commission or chair of the commission or chief executive, I will run through this process. That would be my attitude.
How do you have? I mean, no, it's an interesting.
The discussion so far, particularly drawing the distinction between commissioners and members of committees and commissions, and the point you make about members of committees or commissions acting as a collegiate, which means that they must act together.
Sure.
But in that process, could you have a dissenting voice?
All the models of decision making will apply. But what it means is that as a first step, it forces consensus building and reflection. And therefore, each one of us knows that we are part of a process that we need to contribute to. It does not give full powers to one person within the system as it appears to be now. That enables one person to act in a manner that sometimes creates difficulties. So that would be my attitude.
You would then, but you could also end up with the executive secretary or the CEO becoming that one person, right? Because unlike the commission, the board, that's a collegial body and makes decisions collegially, which if we explain, for example, in the Constitution that they must make decisions collegially and as a multi-member body, that is easier to formulate. But once you change the form to make the CEO now the center of power, that is one person. And that one person can then become the despot. You have moved the despot from the chairman of the commission. That despotic power has now dropped onto the CEO.
That's not likely because as Prof. Kakari explained or hinted at, I think that it is a basic principle of corporate practice that a chief executive works under a board. I have not seen any situation where a chief executive thinks that they can or exercises authority that overrides the board. And that is why in the case that Prof was illustrating, it looks so weird and unacceptable. So you have a chief executive whose mandate is very clearly drawn out, like in almost every functioning organization that we know. So the chief executive knows the limit of his or her authority and what kinds of administrative decisions they can make, but also knows that whatever decision they make there is reviewable by the board.
Not all of them, some.
Almost every substantive decision, unless it's basic administrative things that is within your authority. So what it would require is that it would put a little more pressure on us in framing the authority of the chief executive as against the authority of the board. But that force of clarity, in my view, is what we need to avoid the legislative ambivalence that tiredness forces on us. We are drafting because we come across a difficulty that we are unable to resolve. We use language to get around it, and then in reality, it becomes litigation.
No, so let's get more very specific here, right? So in general terms, it sounds good, it sounds elegant this way. Let's take the real functions that we are talking about here. So in the case of NMC, let's do the division of labor here between the chief executive and the board. In the case of elections, let's do the division of labor between elections, running the elections, right? Who does what, where? In the case of Shraj, let's include Shraj. Who does what, where, right? So in the case of elections, you have a CEO who is, under our current formulation, would look like the director of elections, the one who runs the election, but we'll choose them differently, right? Because now they are a big center of power. They run the elections. What does the board do with respect to the elections? When you say policy, what exactly is the board going to do about policy? Really, they decide what equipment we order, or they decide whether we use biometric. I mean, a lot of this stuff is done in, CIs and all of those kinds of things. What exactly is left for the board to do with respect to elections? And in your mandate, in your NMC context, how would the division of labor work? NMC is charged with a lot of functions, some of it even mediation and all of that, broadcasting, all these things. Can you show us exactly where the lines would be? Because it appears to be that is, when you talk about it generally, it looks like you are talking about any corporate governance structure in any generic organization. And that doesn't quite problematize the matter here for us, because we are dealing with a specific, for lack of a better word, animal, right? And we need to see how this works with these functions that are very sensitive that we are trying to protect. So who does what, and where should we be concerned about accountability, regulating the power, and all of that?
So my view would be that let's take some of the very basic things that, say, at EC will be done. Constituency boundaries.
Constituent boundaries, okay. Mm-hmm.
The chief executive shall determine this upon approval of the board. So the chief executive now comes with his proposals about where these boundaries shall be. The board approves it, and then the necessary legislative intervention is done. If it is, say, about, I've left elections for a while and so, but let us say something about design of ballot paper. The chief executive will design upon the approval of the board. So they do their work. You get the first chance of a board to look at it. And they say this, that, okay, we are okay with this. As it is now, that kind of review process doesn't exist. So if we itemize the operational element within the authority, the authority that the current chair exercises, it would be very clear to us which ones, historically and potentially, are the point of conflict that the reflection of a college, better than the way things are constructed now, will be done. But fortunately, I think that you have a member of the team that has done elections more practically. So if we could work, and I could come back any day, not in a forum anyhow, if we had an outline of the key items that constitute the operations, we could look at each one of them to see where the administrative decision would lie and where the governance decision or approval process should be, so that most of the things that historically have created problems, we will address them, and also upon reflection see the ones that can potentially create difficulties. You mentioned technology. If we said that the chief executive can choose technology upon the approval of the board, essentially it still gives the chief executive the opportunity to shop around and to say, this is what is available, this is my preference. And for the board to look at it and to say, within the context of Ghana elections, we approve this or we approve that.
But if, I'm still worried about moving from a multi-member body to a uni-person body, right? I mean, to a single-person entity as the decision maker, right?
We are not, no, I'm not, let me clarify myself so that you can help with that. We are not moving. We are creating something new.
You are creating 2 layers of decision making.
Yes, 2 layers of decision making, one higher than the other, but one with more operational responsibility than as previously is the case. Right. As it is now, the current chair is the one who is implementing. She's the one who is presiding over the decision. You understand? And I'm saying that kind of, this kind of control of command is the problem we have had. Let us separate the two. You have an organ that is doing the reflection, the policy, and the approvals. And then you have the authority that is implementing those policy decisions.
So now the chair is like an executive chair.
No, the chair is not an executive chair.
But now,
as at now,
not your NMC.
No, I mean,
the EC,
as at now.
As at now, the EC chair is an executive chair.
That is what
it's
I
like
say,
a CEO
let's avoid that.
And an executive
I say let us
chairman
avoid
of the board
that. Yes.
at the same time. And you are saying let's decouple one from the other,
so
that we have a person who is the CEO and the person who is the chair of the board, and that these are their different roles. Is there any, I mean, Ms. Rebecca Ajalo has been in a member of the Election Commission before. If she's there, it would be interesting to hear a perspective on this as it applies to the EC. Is she still there?
Yes. Yes, I am.
Yes, madam. Sorry for just reducing you to a listener when you have a lot to say.
It's quite interesting. You know, I'll follow the last speaker, and to a large extent, I agree with him. To a very large extent, I think there needs to be a separation between those functions of a CEO and the chair of the board. Now, as I went to the EC during the tenure of Dr. Farijan, the practice then was the executive members and the commission members acted as a collegiate. So decisions were taken together. But obviously, Doctor had the final say. But we all came together, and the decisions were argued, and then best practice was taken. Now, apart from that, commissioners were in charge of the regions. So the four members, in fact, we called ourselves commissioners. The members of the commission, together with the executive commissioners, we were all commissioners. And we were made to believe that we all had the same status. The same status. No one was higher than the other, just the chairperson who chaired the commission. So the members of the commission were in charge of the regions, were divided amongst us, And under us, we have the regional directors and the district directors who related directly to us, and we would communicate whatever it is to the larger commission, like the 7 members, and would take decisions on that. Now, the same process would run through until elections, where we'd all come together, listen to results, take decisions, and so on and so forth. So we acted more or less like a collegiate, with each member being in charge of either 2 regions or so, plus other duties. And commissioners had special skills. With me as a lawyer, I was in charge of most of the committees that looked at the subsidiary legislation. So I found myself very busy. Apart from, visiting my region to make sure that things were okay in the electoral process, all the processes that have to be carried out are to go superintend over that as well. So for me, that model worked. It worked. I believe that, yes, that was a practice, but looking at the law, it's not so clear. So it's subject to interpretation, depending on who is at the helm of affairs. And so these have to really be ironed out clearly in the form of legislation, so that each person knows their roles. I agree. Yeah, please go. Mm. Mm.
This is the commission, the president or the chairperson of the commission is whatever, primus inter pares, whatever, each member at the same vote, they make decisions as a college or whatever. If we are very clear in specifying that the kind of hierarchy that has developed in practice between the chair and the rest of the members is not the way we want things to operate, and that we want these bodies to act collegially and make decisions as a collective, and that this is how they make decisions in the event of whatever they vote. If we do all of those things, would you still say that we would need this separation between the board and the operating unit headed by a chair, headed by a CEO? Would you, in the electoral commission context, for example, think that we should make the commission into a board? The commission, as stated in the Constitution, is a board, and then we have the organization, the everyday organization, headed by an executive secretary or a CEO. Would that model work better from your experience, or, so in that case, would the Afarijan become the CEO, or would the Afarijan become the chair of the board? So we drop, in other words, would the focus of our recruitment for this kind of job be on who is the CEO, or would it be on who is the EC chair?
I believe that there would be a CEO. Now, we have had consultants at the EC who have drawn out template of an organogram as to how the EC should run based on the practice that has worked at the EC. And I believe at the helm of affairs is a CEO, and then you have the board members. So maybe it would work, because these were drawn out of good practice. They were taken out of other electoral bodies and incorporated together to give us an organogram for the EC in Ghana. But unfortunately, that was never implemented. So it's, well, I don't know, this hasn't been tried out, and I would like to stick to a practice that has worked and maybe tweak it a bit rather than introducing something completely new. But to a large extent, as I said, I agree with the large speaker. The structures have not been explained properly. And so task jobs are confused or muddied. When decisions are taken, when you have a board, I believe you subject that to a vote. That was what we were made to understand at the commission. So where there were difficulties, things were subjected to a vote, and we took that decision. So it's, for me, what has worked should be what we should work on and align it to modern practices, I believe. Yes.
Is the media commission thing not peculiar to the media commission? One. And two, are the commissioners, when you define the body as the commission shall consist of so and so, are they not in the same position as a board? Are they not in the same position as a board, since they exercise the functions of the commission? And then you have an executive secretary who carries them out. Because Lands Commission has worked over these years. I don't think I've heard any such problem. I served on the Regional Lands Commission, Greater Accra, from 1996 to 2001. You just could summon the executive secretary to come and answer questions if the commissioners feel that something is not going properly. And then we make our policy decisions and leave it to the executive secretary to carry out. So have they not acted as a board whilst the executive secretary remains in his office and takes instructions from them? Why should there be a fight? You are a full-time worker. That's why you are executive secretary. The rest are commissioners who come to work for about 4 years and go away. So you stay there and work till you are 60, and then you also go on retirement. But these people come 4 years. Funny enough, I was appointed in the time of NDC. I was sworn in by Dr. Kobina something, Donko, the then chairman. Then when we won election 2001, they said we should leave. When APP won election 2001, we were asked to go away. When my party had come to power. But I had finished 4 years. And it's only fair that I give way. So I don't see the problem. I don't really see.
Council, I just want to remind you of what I said when you raised the important question whether it's not peculiar to NMC. As I said, if you read Justice Crabb's introduction to the revised laws of Ghana, he points out very clearly that the reason why he changed the names of a number of organizations from Standards Board, from Council, and so on is that in so many of them, the organization itself is called a board. And then there is a board. And when the law makes reference to board, meaning the organization, the board members say it is them. It's the same reason why there are instances where the organization is called a council, and then it has a governing council. So if you read it, and he does some really beautiful analysis, what does it mean? It means that this problem has been so predominant as to force the learned judge to introduce substantive legislative changes in the establishment legislation of a number of institutions. So I would say it's not peculiar to the National Media Commission. As I started by saying, me personally, I have not had a problem. But I can tell you that it is mainly because of the nature of my relationship with first of all, I'm a member of the Ghana Journalists Association that is represented on the commission. I'm a member of the Bar Association. I'm very key in the Catholic Church, and therefore a lot of the Christian representatives. My relationship with the different organizations that are represented there is very peculiar to me. I would think that we should create an institution whose survival and stability does not depend on the peculiarities of any particular officers, but survives on the substance of the legislation and systems. But Mr. Chair, remember that I still wanted to talk about the mandate of the commission.
But this is the structure issue, because you also wanted us to universalize it or mainstream it. I think the structure issue is critical. So maybe we should exhaust it.
Yes.
Because, so for example, looking at our own corporate culture, whether it's a state-owned, especially state-owned corporate culture, conflicts between board chairs and CEOs are very common. We know of chairs who want to have an office, go there every day. Some of them want to sign checks and things like that. They want to oversee procurement decisions. So in our kind of corporate culture, this separation between chair and CEO hasn't actually taken care of conflict. Actually, it's been a source of conflict. It is not dissimilar from having both a president and a prime minister, right? So when you bifurcate the executive into these two, both of them are somewhat executive. One is not ceremonial. You have the French model, which is what the committee of experts actually had proposed. You have a prime minister who is executive, and you have a president who is also executive. And you say the two of them should work. The reason our consultative assembly kicked against that idea was that they said it would be a source of perennial conflict between these two, right? But that's exactly the chairman and the CEO model in our culture, right? So I'm looking more at it from that we are not trying to solve one problem and create an even more debilitating one for the organization, right? So let's say election has happened. Chairman says this, CEO says that, right? We will show you where power lies. Every one of them wants to flex. Now, isn't that a bigger problem, right, than saying, okay, we have a problem with a collegial board that thinks that it is not a collegial board because we haven't been specific in the Constitution that it's a collegial board. And so maybe the solution, the simpler solution would be, we go in there and make it very clear. As among you commissioners, this person presides at meetings, is primus inter pares. At all other times, you make decisions as a multi-member body, by consensus or by simple majority, however you make the decision. We specify it that way. Because I'm thinking more about the election context and this kind of issue playing out. That no matter what we might say about not wanting one person to be the boss, in a situation where you have two voices, each one of them thinking that they have the power, one declares the result, the other person says, no, that's not it. So it's not, the model it's not devoid of, it's not, it comes with its own baggage of issues, right? And so maybe you may not want to mainstream it. Maybe let's look for a solution for the NMC that works, right? Because I think that actually the NMC, I'm having difficulty understanding why part-timers who come to an organization to constitute a board think that they must run it every day. I don't have difficulty understanding why that is a problem. But to carry it on and then say, let's take it to another context, that context may have its own peculiar problems, right? So maybe let's look at it a little bit more carefully and solve the NMC problem here. If the executive secretary is not in the Constitution, and that's where the problem is, let's get the executive secretary onto the Constitution and say that you have a commission that comprises the following, and that the executive secretary, a member appointed this way, who is the executive secretary, that secretary shall be this, that, and then the rest of them do their work, right? And then maybe in the EC context, the idea is still good, but let's discuss it differently and see how it works. NMC is represented here too, so.
Thank you, Prof. Chair. I appreciate where George is coming from, but my concern is about the independence of these bodies, the ICBs. And I want, sorry, just to deviate a bit. If you look at our independence, some of the ICBs created by the Constitution, the independent provisions are entrenched. Others are not. If you take NMC and NCC, you look at Article 2, it's not entrenched. Meanwhile, that is what provides us with the independence. If you look at NMC 172, Article 172 is not entrenched. But if you go back to 46 for Electoral Commission, it's entrenched. And if you go to 225 for Shraj, it's entrenched. So why? What is the rationale? If we are institutions that require independence to deliver, and deliver well, why must others have their provisions entrenched while others are not entrenched? That is my concern. And that brings me to what George is presenting. I think the issue had to do with the independence. It's still the independence. I don't believe in that system. I think that what we have is okay, provided there will be clarity of, you know, the hierarchy and what one can do and what one cannot do. I think that is what we lack. And I also think that if we overload the membership, we are going to create more problems. We should rather look at the independence and clarify the roles very, very well, so that in the absence of a chairman of a commission, for instance, of any of the ICBs, any of the two deputies should be confident enough to step in. I have been sitting here since morning. I just, I decided to make this comment because I took inspiration from George and what he's doing. So I think this is the problem. And like Prof. Chair, you said, we have members of the commission coming in with very high expectations in terms of their remuneration and the pay, what is attached to their job. You have some of them coming with highly technical, you know, backgrounds that will help the body to deliver well on its mandate. But they get demotivated when they come to see that what the permanent or those who are non-part-timers, what they have, they don't have that. For instance, if you come to NCC, our commission members, we don't give them vehicles, for instance, because we say we don't have any provision for them. So for me, that is it. We need to look at the clarity of the roles where one can step in to ensure that there is no vacuum in the absence of a leader, because it's a bureaucracy. If you come to my organization, for instance, NCC, it's a bureaucracy. What we have now, we have line directors. These line directors are the ones doing the technical jobs, and they present whatever their proposals are in terms of the delivery. And when it comes to us, they take approval and go back to deliver and come back to report to us. And I think it's okay. It's okay with that. This is what I will present for now. Thank you.
Sure. With specific reference to the National Media Commission, I think that what George is proposing makes a lot of sense to me. But for me, it goes even beyond the potential of a conflict between, what do you call it, the executive secretary and so on. Why I am supporting that idea is also informed by my view that the National Media Commission setup needs complete revamping. So if we accept George's prescription, indeed, the membership itself, as stated in the Constitution, has to change for various reasons that we can. Now, why am I saying that? I will appreciate that. If we go by George's prescription, then what we call the Secretariat today will need expansion in terms of the structure, in terms of the personnel there, and so resources, and so on. Because, you see, we are all Ghanaians here, and I believe that many, many well-meaning Ghanaians are not happy with the state of our media in this country, the standards and all of that. If you go into the Constitution, chapter 12, one of the problems the National Media Commission has is its weakness, let me put it that way, in regulating media content. Not censorship. Censorship is completely abolished in this, but ensuring standards of journalism that this country deserves. I mean, what we are having on the airwaves is really so useless that it doesn't help our democracy. When you look at 167, the functions of the commission, B says to take all appropriate measures to ensure the establishment and maintenance of the highest journalistic standards in the media. This is where its regulatory authority or functions on maintaining ethical professional standards are. However, George, you may help me out here. And then when you go down to D, to make regulations by constitutional instrument, also in B, to take measures for the highest journalistic standards, including the investigation, mediation, and settlement of complaints made against the media. So the National Media Commission has a complaint settlement committee, which is in the Act itself. Now, this body is supposed now to be the disciplinary body in ensuring complaints means it should act as some kind of what others call in South Africa the ombudsman between the media and the public, which means when people have problems with media content, they go there rather than going to the court and so on. Now, what are we seeing in the country now? Chiefs who are averse with whatever radio is saying don't go to the National Media Commission. They take it upon themselves to close down radio stations. Politicians will rather go to the courts and so on. But George, what I wanted I think at some point, the settlement committee summoned some editors. And some editors went to court. And if I'm reading the decision properly, the court said virtually that the commission had no authority to summon them. So the point I'm driving at is that we ought to take advantage of this review and tighten these provisions. I don't want to say to give teeth. I was a member of the first commission and Kofi Kumadu was our chairman, Alajete was there, and so many of the other good people were there. And you remember in 1993, we were just coming from the dictatorship and also the severe repression of media and freedom of expression. So we, the pioneers, said that there should be very little, we should make every effort to liberalize the terrain. So that, and so if you look at the situation of press freedom in Ghana, it's almost gone to the dogs. I mean, freedom has become licensed to misbehave in so many ways. And we are not looking for, as some people say, give the National Media Commission teeth. No, we are not looking for teeth to bite anybody. The freedom we have must be maintained and strengthened, but there ought to be ethics, there ought to be journalistic standards, so that the media will play its more rational role in the democracy we have. And I think we ought to take advantage to improve the regulatory role of the National Media Commission. We have worked tirelessly to get the media people to set up self-regulatory, self-regulatory bodies among them, so they are not interested. Another area is this going struggle about who authorizes the licensing for broadcasting. We thought that the Media Commission should be the agency that will give authorization, and then the NCA, the National Communications Authority, does the engineering side of the National Media Commission says that Mr. A now qualifies to set up a radio station, and then the NCA does the engineering. No. The first NDC government didn't want it that way. And this is why we are having this. What does Ghana need 700 radio stations for, when all of Nigeria is just about 200? And why the standards are going down is also, most of these, George is here, most of these 600, 700 radio stations don't even have qualified staff. They don't pay them. And this problem, I think, is bedeviling our media environment. And I think something has to be done with the National Media Commission's role in regulating all these things. That's what I'll just say.
George, one last structure question, and I think it would be good if you could respond to it. Don't you think the board, and I agree with you, it's a board, right? Don't you think the role of the board of the NMC or the National Media Commission, as currently constituted, modified to include executive secretary and role specified, was actually to serve as the shield that the board and its structure and relationship to the president and all of that is where the independence was supposed to come from. That it was supposed to shield the commission, the operational commission, from executive control. Yeah. And that's why it is put together that way. So that becomes, it's not just the policy-making body, but it's a shield that protects the commission's day-to-day work from political interference. And if we accept that model, or if we write it with sufficient clarity that these are the things that it's supposed to do, what would be the, what security of tenure provision would you give the CEO? Then it would not be a career civil servant, right? I mean, or would it be? Or would it have a fixed tenure, 2 terms, 1 term? I mean, how would you structure that one? But that's really where eventually power is going to reside.
That wouldn't matter much to me. Whether you are selecting a career public servant or hiring on contract, it depends on what you think the evolution of the industry is going to be. In a fast-paced industry, you do not want career people who sit there in such a manner that if they are not interested in improving themselves, they get overtaken by the realities of the industry and slacken. But that comes back to a much larger question that Prof starts from. If you permitted me to add just one element to what Prof said, if you went to 167D, It says to make regulations by constitutional instrument for the registration of newspapers and other publications, except that the regulations shall not provide for the exercise of any direction or control over the professional functions of a person engaged in the production of newspapers or other means of mass communication. This has been the central thesis of the courts in determining that the Commission should not have any authority over media content. So in the case that Prof cited, the court's reasoning was that because the Constitution is talking about mediation and settlement, these are acts of volition and for which nobody should be compelled to submit. And therefore, the Commission cannot compel anybody. So the starting point about this should be exactly what do we conceive of the National Media Commission to be? Is it a media regulator? Is it a media policy maker? Because in our industry, as Prof would explain to you, almost in every country, policy belongs to government, regulation belongs to independent, autonomous regulatory institutions. So if government policy is to liberalize the airwaves, that is the policy. The regulator now takes independent, transparent actions to make that happen. In Ghana, we didn't clarify these issues. So we need to be very clear in our mind what the Media Commission is. If it's a media regulator, yes. But if you look at the Constitution, it starts from saying that the Commission is to promote and ensure the freedom and independence of the media for mass communication or information. Promote, I understand promote to mean to lift the thing from where it is to a better standard. Ensure is to keep it where it is. So exactly what is the Commission supposed to do? But when the Commission says we should promote freedom and independence of the media, exactly how should we do it? And the models, the work for promoting freedom and independence can contrast with the role of ensuring responsible practice. Except also that if you conceptualize it well, it gives you a balancing game. If you were a media regulator, there are 4 key things that regulators do. To set, and the law must be very clear on that. A regulator's job is to set standards for the industry. If we conceive of the National Media Commission as a media regulator, there must be language in the Constitution that makes this very clear. The second responsibility of a regulator is to monitor the standards that you set. Again, if we think of the Media Commission as a media regulator, there must be language that clarifies that. The third element is if the Commission's role is that of a media regulator, the regulator must enforce the standards that is set. There must be language in the Constitution that gives the Commission the power to enforce that. What that would mean that, pardon me, sir? Yes. Do you see? So these are the questions of clarity that we require in the Constitution. But of course, with enough safeguards against abuse of those powers. What that means then is that there must be provisions in the Constitution about mechanisms for addressing possible abuse of the power. So for me, this would be where the
you will be an administrative body, constitutional administrative body, so I guess abuse of power cases can also go to SHRAJ, presumably.
Exactly.
But in the broadcasting case, what did the Supreme Court stand on to say that you don't have the power to do what you're doing?
I think the court, we've said the first major difficulty with the decision was that the court had relied on something that was not in the law. The court said that there's a provision in the law that required broadcasters to submit their program content to the commission for examination before broadcast. There is no such provision in the law. And in fact, the phrase program's content does not appear at all in the law. So that's a very strange kind of situation. But the second thing that the court said is what I just read to you, that on the basis of this, of the language indeed that says, except that the regulations shall not provide for the exercise of any direction or control over the professional functions of a person engaged in the blah, 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 blah. So the court interpreted that to mean that the commission should not regulate the media and their content. So if we conceive of the NMC as the institution to do the most important thing that Profs read to us, take appropriate measures to ensure the establishment and maintenance of the highest journalistic standards. You understand? Then, as I said, the court sees contradiction in this and prefers the second provision for enforcement. But even in going back to what Prof read to us, listen to the language carefully, and it says, establishment and maintenance of the highest journalistic standards. There has been questions raised about what constitutes journalism and its standards, and whether programming in broadcasting, for example, is journalism, for which the commission must set standards. So a person hosting a show, is that journalism? A docudrama on radio or on television, is it journalism? And does the commission's power to set journalistic standards apply to those things? If the language said that it is to set standards for the media or media content, that is clearer and easier. So these are some of the things that we need to look at in terms of the mandate of the commission.
Thank you very much. It's 5 o'clock on the dot. I think we've had a good day. Devoted essentially almost all the morning to talking about the Council of State. It would have been good to hear your opinion on the Council of State as well, since you are probably headed there next. So we could have written you into the Constitution. And then we spent the balance of the morning after lunch, before lunch, looking at the EC and the morning we spent a good bit of it talking about the EC, but it was in a very interesting context of a proposal for tightening the independence of the EC and removing an appearance of impartiality in the public eye by prohibiting judges and election officers and others who are involved in elections and election education from voting in elections. Then the afternoon, after the break, we took upon ourselves the task of looking at the Council of State, and I think there's been a number of proposals from abolition to retain but modify, and that I think the latter part took a lot of took a good deal of the discourse. So I think there's been enough. There's a lot of things to discuss. I believe that the commission will have the committee will have more other occasions to invite, opinion on this matter. And then after lunch, we've had the benefit of this presentation by Mr. Sapong on the National Media Commission. I believe that he will be submitting something concretely, but I think it puts this in a good context. I like the analogy that that you've allowed us to put this in a broader corporate governance context, some of the similarities with how we do things in the corporate setting, and also this idea of trying to even mainstream the models you're talking about. But I've never thought of this as, I didn't think this was the problem. But now that you've discussed this executive committee secretary issue vis-a-vis the commission, I think it's an important one that we need to cure. Then beyond the structure issue, to look at the functions and powers and this idea of the Media Commission as a regulator, and how, if that is indeed the function and the role we envision for it in the Constitution, then we must make it very clear in the Constitution and give it the appropriate tools to function. So I think, again, it's been a very fruitful day. We've had a lot of good, interesting proposals, innovative ones as well. And we will bring the session to a close. Tomorrow we continue at AH Hotel in East Legon, and the conversation is on political parties. So political parties are, of course, the building blocks of our democracy, the way they are envisioned in the Constitution. They are provided for specially, even though some people might see them as private clubs. They are not, because the Constitution goes to great lengths to talk about how they must be organized and all of that. So there are a number of issues around our political parties and the role they play in our democracy. And I think I am looking forward to a fruitful conversation tomorrow. All of you here are invited. It's not closed to the public, even though it's targeted stakeholders. If you think you have a distinctive contribution to make to the conversation, please feel free to join us. But we will be hearing from some of the political actors and some of the CSOs that have particular views about political parties and how we should make them serve our democracy better. So on that note, we'll bring today's session to a close and see you tomorrow. Thanks.